Payroll system! AFKs are a common problem in legal games, but our data shows that most players who leave games do so infrequently enough that they don't ever get a penalty. True. We know that sometimes disconnects happen, but we still want to ensure we still provide a reminder that leaving games always hurt your teammates, and we are continually updating and revising our system experience with good eye on the AFK timeout. There will now be a 1 minute queue delay penalty for all players that AFK or leave game. A minute? Oh my, you better not leave! Oh, 60 seconds? God damn! Right, game going savage. Nah, people, dude, I would say though, if you even leave a game, you're an idiot. If you leave a game and you can't just not be a man-child enough just to fucking just soften it, to be honest, and not get punished, it is what it is. It is what it is, dude. Because the AFK penalty actually fucking sucks. I know it's placebo, but you lose in like 35. Says you left. I leave games because of fanboy. It's not worth my time. Like, it's not worth my time to sit here to play with griefing, inting fanboys. So I'll just leave. It's different though. It's not like I'm fucking baby raging because it's too hard. No, I'm just leaving because my teammates are assholes. That's it. That's it, really.
All right. All right. Today is Wednesday, March 8th, and this is a recap for the stock market activities today. Now, folks, I got a good one for you tonight, and I mean that. This is one of those shows where you gotta grab the pen and paper, get your tablet on, roll your sleeves, because I'm about to give you a booster. No, I'm kidding, but we got a lot to cover. To begin with, it was day number 2 for JP visiting DC. He actually lives in DC, but, you know, he was at the brothel of DC today. And every time JP testifies in front of the Senate or the House, I kind of feel bad for him. I mean, he sounds like the smartest guy in the room. That's how dumb your beloved leaders are. They have zero intelligence at all. They're a bunch of high school girls. Oh, Chairman Powell, the other team is bad. Did you see what the other team is doing to this country? And Jerome is like, okay, this is wasting my time. Do you have legitimate questions or what? Anyways, I thought the dumbest encounter was with Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib. I mean, she had a good point, but she could not get the question out. She kept going back and forth, babbling nothing but gibberish, when she could have said 10 times. I got 5 minutes. So here it is. Do you think price gouging is impacting inflation? Do you have any studies that can give us numbers or statistics? What is the contribution of price gouging in the current inflation rate that we have right now? But no, she went into a rambling and babbling all over the place. It's just stupid. But anyways, since a lot of folks in the House and the Senate believe that the inflation that we have right now is due to Putin or due to price gouging, or the other one, supply chain problems. Well, somebody passed the memo to Elizabeth Warren because retail executives are saying we're good, no supply problems. Inventories, great shape. Matter of fact, we have excess inventories right now. So can you explain, Mrs. Warren and the rest of them, why we still have inflation if we don't have any supply problem? Maybe it is because inflation is the monetary phenomenon. It's always been that way. But anyways, I think it's starting to sink in now that this inflation is so bad, and to resolve this inflation problem, we gotta crush the economy. And it's gonna be a bloodbath. I think it's sinking in now. Maybe not in the market yet, although that's about to happen. But every time we get a piece of data, it suggests that inflation will continue to move. Today we got job openings. They went down slightly month over month, but way exceeding expectations. At this stage, this will move inflation higher and higher and higher, assuming, of course, these numbers are legitimate. And of course, the dilemma is, hey, we have more jobs than employees. Why would you roar in the pump? I think we explained all of that in details in last night's video. So go watch that if you're confused. But we got another piece of data, the ADP employment report, which is a leading indicator for the upcoming most important non-farm payrolls coming out of the Bureau of Kitchen Statistics on Friday. And guess what? The ADP came out hot. 242,000 jobs were added in the month of February. That is exceeding expectations. But as we say, the devil is always in the details. For example, small businesses lost 56,000 employees. These are the 1 to 19 employees. Let me tell you something, just anecdotal evidence. I know somebody who owns a bar, 24 hours bar in Vegas, where they serve food at night, and he says that we close the kitchen. Oh, no more food past 11 p.m. You know why? Because we don't have any cooks, we don't have any staff. Nobody wants to work at the kitchen. Even though we offer $25 an hour, nobody wants to do the job. We can't find employees. Do we go to 30, 35? Then what? My answer is going to be on the line. If I do that, I'm going to have to raise all these prices for my customers. I can't do it because my customers are going to leave. So this is the dilemma that we have with small businesses. Anyways, 20 to 49 employees lost 5,000 jobs last month. But the good news is, or maybe the bad news, at least the stock market employees, medium-sized businesses with 50 to 249 employees added 700, that would be insane, 77,000 employees last month. Those with 250 to 499 employees added 71,000 jobs. Most importantly, large employers with over 500 employees added 160,000 jobs last month. When we look at the different sectors of the economy, of course, retail, hospitality, what it takes to lead all the time because we're making up for the losses due to the we're just re-adding all of these jobs back up. So this time around, we're re-adding all of these jobs with inflated wages. Then at number 2, we have financial activities adding 62,000 employees, manufacturing 43,000 jobs, natural resources mining added 25,000 jobs, but construction lost 16,000 jobs. Then we have professional and business services losing 36,000 jobs. The most important take here is, whatever cook data they give us, who cares? The most important piece is wage inflation. Wage inflation is not going down by a lot. It's a tick down month over month. That's what it means. This will keep inflation expectations high. This means that the Fed has to do a lot more. Whatever they've done so far, that's not. They have to go to 5% plus. Now we're talking about 6% plus. Soon enough, we're going to talk about 7 plus. They're going to keep raising, folks, until something blow up. This is how it happens all the time. And my hunch is something is going to blow up really soon. It feels like it. If you've been in stock market crashes, these days you're getting the eerie feeling of imminent crash happening. What happened today, for example? A lot of you have been asking me, hey Maverick, what happened in the last hour of the day? This is a 1-minute chart for the SPX, the cash index for the S&P. What is this all about? A massive pump. You can say it's the PPT, it's whatever, it doesn't matter. But go back to the beginning of the day. What's with all of this zigzagging back and forth, back and forth? What's going on here? I'll tell you what's going on. It's these 0 date till expiration options. That's what's going on. And today in the last hour, the market maker had to make sure that the majority of call and put options holders will end up losing their money. Hence we got the last pump of the day. Now, here's the options grid or the SPX with the expiration date of today. It's already done. This is over. What's shaded in green is what expired in that money. In other words, it forces the market maker, it obligates the market maker to deliver those call options. And here's the beauty of all that. Forget about the volume. The volume means all of these gamblers using 0 date till expiration options, they buy them, they flip them within the same day. Be it a win or a loss, doesn't matter. But by flipping them like this in a single day with huge volume, it's giving the market maker a lot of false feedback. Because as you will see in the In Focus segment, the market maker, aka the dealer, they have to make certain moves when they see the volume falls or puts exploding one way or the other. Talk about that in a second time. It's really important for the dealer is the open interest. Those are the folks who are holding these contracts all the way to expiration, meaning they're not flipping them. They have these positions with expectations of exercising these positions by the end of the day. Now, notice what the market maker did. The contracts with the highest open interest ended up expiring worthless because the dealer dropped the SPX. If you look at the highest open interest here, it is 400 above. The dealer made sure that we're going to close below 400. Make sure the majority of these holders will lose their money. Now, these are puts in massive holders, so no wonder why the market keeps going up and down, up and down, up and down, with no direction at all. It's a waste of time. All of us are wasting our time looking at these charts all day long for what? It doesn't make sense to trade at all because all what they're doing is just zigzagging the chart back and forth, back and forth. That's all they're doing. Flipping these 0 date till expiration within 15 minutes, an hour, 2, that's it. So you see massive volumes for these puts that were traded earlier in the day. But notice that the market maker also closed at the sweet spot. The highest open interest comes from these 398 contracts and below. The dealer closed the day at 399. Make sure that all these contracts are worthless. Now sure, the dealer gained a little bit of back 400 contracts because he got about 14,000, 15,000 contracts expired in the money. But all in all, the majority of contract holders ended up losing their money. And the problem with these false moves is when you look at the charts, you look at the move that we got in the last hour, and you say, okay, higher we go. Because the charts look good. We closed above this number or below that number. But then you wake up in the morning with a massive pie in the face because the technical analysis doesn't mean shit anymore. The move was based on false pretense due to 0 date till expiration options. And I think what we're seeing right now in the futures, at least at the time of the recording of this video, is the majority of this move that we got in the last hour is now being erased. And folks, this is just an extension of a symptom of a disease that we have in our society right now, which is a gambling epidemic. Folks are gambling on anything. Casinos are full, options trading, stocks, football, basketball, face slapping matches, dogs, two slugs racing, they bet on anything. It's insanity. People have no respect for their money anymore. And it is a symptom of excess liquidity in the system. It is a sign for Jerome Powell that the job is way, way far from being done. Look what happened today. We have the WWE now. They're asking regulators to allow betting on WWE matches in Michigan and Colorado. If you happen to be a wrestling fan, I hate to ruin it for you, but these matches are all scripted. I know, it felt bad when I found out that Hulk Hogan is fake. It is what it is. You're gonna start betting on matches with predetermined outcome. And of course, Vince McMahon's like, okay, if these monkeys want to gamble, here it is. I'll open gambling. I'll become the house and take all of your monkey money. And by the way, some would argue that the stock market is also scripted. The dealer already knows the outcome ahead of time. Keep that in mind. Now that we talked about stocks and 0 date till expiration options, let's dig deep into it. And here it is. In Focus tonight. Volume-Geddon 2.0. We're getting closer and closer and closer to the biggest single-day crash in stock market history. And here's why. 0 date till expiration options. They've always been around us, but now it became an insane phenomenon. $1 trillion. 0-day options trading alone, which is fueling concerns of Volume-Geddon 2.0. Explain why. But before we do that, look at what's going on with the 0 date till expiration options. We're taking the leadership now. Options with 1 week till expiration, nobody wants that anymore. That was popular during the 2020-21 mania. Now in the 23 mania, we're getting even bolder. They want to go with the 0 date till expiration options. This is insanity, folks. It's unbelievable. Nobody wants the monthly expiration either. Anything above 1 month, 30 days plus, no love at all. I wonder why the VIX remains in a coma. Because a reminder, the VIX only registers 30 days plus worth of put options on the SPY. If nobody's playing anything with 30 days plus, then the VIX will stay down. Look at the volume, notional volume in the S&P 500. From options expiring on the same day, the obvious observation is we're seeing an explosion of volume. But the most terrifying observation is becoming a gambling phenomenon. So they buy these 0 date till expiration options on days where we have earnings or days where we have releases of major macroeconomics data, which makes the jobs report on Friday nothing short of the Super Bowl. This is not a stock market anymore. When you talk to Uber drivers and they say, oh yeah, the jobs report is coming on Friday. I'm thinking SPX 4,000 puts. Okay. I mean, I remember back in the .com days, the cab drivers would talk about, oh, this is the new hot .com stock. You gotta buy this to the moon, bro. And it happened in 2020, 21 again. Now folks are talking about major macroeconomic events as for sport events. Unbelievable. And the reason is there is no excitement in buying anything more than a day till expiration. When we look at positive delta, this means basically how much are you gonna make if you're buying call options and then we see stocks moving higher. You're not gonna make a lot if you buy longer dated options. The money you're making is going down and down and down. But when it comes to these shorter expiration options, specifically the 0 date till expiration, you can make a lot of money if you get it right. Fast, quick. This is what the public wants. And the risk, of course, is you can lose everything in a single day. If trade goes the other way, you're done. So there's no repair, there's no cut your losses, there's no let's roll or open a spread. None of these are viable options with 0 date till expiration options. Now you might ask, hey Maverick, what is Delta, Gamma, Vega? What is all this Greek stuff all about? In options trading, Delta means, here it is, right in front of you, represents the sensitivity of an options price to the changes in the value of the underlying security. Meaning if you buy an options contract for let's say $100 a piece, which means $1 per contract per option, because each contract has 100 options. How much will the value of this contract increase or decrease based on the movement of the underlying security? If you're buying calls or puts on Apple, if Apple moves up or down by $1, how much value will your contract gain or lose in value? Does that make sense? And then of course you got Gamma. Most important too, you gotta learn is Delta and Gamma. Gamma is the rate of change of Delta based on the change of the price of the underlying security. So what is the rate in which Delta changes if Apple moves up by $1 or down? Then of course, when you buy 0 date till expiration options versus let's say an options contract with 3 month month till expiration, theta becomes in play because theta represents the decay of time. Your options contracts have two values, intrinsic value and time value. If they are in the money, meaning let's say Apple again, it's trading at let's say 150. If you buy the 145 calls, it's called in the money because the stock is already trading at 150 above the 145. Usually, option traders buy at the money, meaning if Apple is at 150, they buy the 155, 160, etc., etc. If you buy the 145 contract, the expiration date of next week, the intrinsic value is $5. 150 minus 145 plus the time value. The time value is calculated via these Greeks, all of them: delta, beta, gamma, beta, rho, alpha. Now, if you're holding the 160 contract for the expiration date of next week, it happens at 150 right now, there is no intrinsic value. The only value the contract has is the time value. So theta measures the decay of that time value as each day goes by. Because as we get closer to that expiration date, if the underlying price of the security you have the contract on, if it's not closer, in this case, Apple at 150, you got the 160 calls. If Apple is not as close to 160 as it can or above it, then you're going to see a lot of decay in the time value of your contracts. Versus, let's say you have the contracts with the expiration date in June. There's a lot of time between now and then for Apple to go above 150, above 160, and beyond. And therefore, the time value, the decay of the time value, is not as severe as if you held the contract with the expiration date next week. I hope that makes sense. Now, Vega represents the contract sensitivity to volatility. Rho, again, Vega and Rho, they're important, but not as important as Delta and Gamma. Perhaps these days, Rho is becoming really important because we have interest rates moving higher. And Rho represents the sensitivity of the price of any option contract relative to the interest rate. Now, in most cases, if you're just a regular retail trader, you're not going to pay attention to these Greeks at all. It's good to learn what they stand for. Now, I know what you're saying. Hey, Maverick, what about the 0 day till expiration and volume getting in the crash? Just tell us about that. I'm getting you there because we have a lot of viewers who are not experienced with options trading. And if we go ahead and I explain to you what's going to happen with volume getting 0 day till expiration, it's not going to make sense to them. So be patient here. Let's say that you're looking at the SPY's chart. This is the S&P 500 daily chart. You think that by the monthly expiration options during the month of April, which is going to happen on the 21st, let's say by then you see the SPY trading at or above 420. So what do? You can just buy the SPY and buy the stock. But it's expensive. Right now, the price is around $399. If you're going to buy one share of the SPY, you're going to spend $399. If you want to buy 100, you got to spend almost $4,000. Maybe you don't want to spend that much. Maybe you're not really sure if that's going to happen or not, and you'd rather de-risk. You'd rather make that call in a less risky way. And this is the original intention of our way behind options. The public now using it as a gambling tool. This is the intention behind options. You make the call, but you don't want to commit a massive amount of effort. So maybe you see this is happening. You see the SPY going down a little bit, then moving its way higher. By the expiration date of April 21st, it's going to be trading at 430, 440, anywhere above 420. To make that call, in any options trade, we have a buyer and we have a seller. Let's say you're the buyer because you're making the call. The seller is also known as the market maker, aka the dealer, because that's their business. Now, you can sell options, but in most cases, the seller is the market maker / the dealer. And you go to the dealer and you say, hey, I think the SPY is going to close above 420 by April 21st. The dealer goes, okay, would you like to buy the SPY 420 calls for the expiration date of April 21st? Well, here's the pricing, and this is from Robinhood. I know a lot of you use the gambling app for trading, so here it is. The price for the SPY's call contract with the expiration date 421, let's say the price is at $2 a piece for simplicity reasons. You can see Robinhood gives you all of this data, the volume, the open interest, the delta, the gamma, the theta, all the Greeks, everything is there. Even the chance of profit, which you shouldn't pay attention to at all. So when you ask the dealer, yeah, I want to buy them, how much are they? And they tell you $2 per contract. Now here's your quiz. Is the $2 per contract for 420 calls with the expiration date of 421, is the $2 intrinsic or time value? The answer is time value because the contract is added on money. The contract has no intrinsic value. Now you ask the dealer, what happens if the SPY, if my prediction comes true, and the SPY closes above 420, comes April 21? The dealer says you have the option. Remember, this is why we call them options. You got the option to exercise your contracts and you own shares of the SPY at 420 apiece. Let's say at that time the SPY is at 440. Now you can buy the 420 and you capture the $20 difference of the gain. Instead of buying the SPY right now, you bought via options instead. So instead of spending $4,000 to buy 100 shares of the SPY right now, you only spent $200 buying one contract. You know what? Your prediction is now true. Now you can buy the SPY at 420. Congratulations. But in most options trading, it doesn't happen that way, meaning exercising the option. Most options traders, they flip these contracts for profits. So the dealer says you have the option to exercise, or you can close it for the intrinsic value, which is $20. The difference between the current price at the time, 440, let's say hypothetically speaking, and your contract is at 420. You got $20 difference between the current price and your contract. That's the intrinsic value. Flip it, take your profit, go home. Now, as you get closer to the expiration date, it becomes more likely the SPY will indeed close above 420 by the expiration date. Guess what? The dealer doesn't want to be in that position. The dealer would rather buy these contracts for you for less than $20. So they'll offer you $15, $10 a piece. Most options trading happen that way. The contracts are flipped and closed before the expiration date, capturing the time value more than the intrinsic value. But let's keep it simple here. You say, okay, wouldn't you lose money if that happens? Because you're selling me the contract for $2 a piece, but if my prediction is right, the SPY is at 440 by the expiration date, you're gonna eat a massive bag here, dealer. You're gonna buy it from me for $20 a piece when you sold it to me for $2. You're down 18. The dealer's response is, yeah, but my bet is I'm hoping the SPY will actually close below 420 by the expiration date, in this case, April 21. 421, and you lose all your money. There is no value. You can't exercise because your contract closed out of the money below 420. The SPY is, let's say, at 410 by the expiration date. And there is no time value anymore. This is what the dealer is hoping for. But then you ask and you say, but what is your backup plan? In case I'm right and you're wrong, here's the dealer's plan. When I sell you these contracts, in this case, the SPY's calls 420 with the expiration date of April 21, I immediately buy shares of the SPY as a hedge. So remember, when you buy one contract, that one contract has 100 options. Each option represents one underlying share of the stock. So the dealer is selling you one contract with 100 options to have to buy 100 shares of the SPY. The reason is, comes the expiration date, in this case, April 21, and the SPY is trading at 440, they're not going to lose money because they already got the shares. They bought them at the current price right now, and they're going to deliver it to you at 420. Doesn't matter. They're making money. And oh, by the way, they already got the $2 per contract that you paid to open these contracts. All in all, the dealer is good. The dealer is fine. He's happy for you. Now, what about put options? Similar story. You look at the SPY daily chart. Maybe by April 21, you see the SPY trading below, at or below 375 instead. Same conversation. I think it's going to go below 375. Give me some 375 options. April 21 expiration. The only difference is the way the dealer hedge against that is not by buying the SPY, but by selling it, by shorting it. That way, if indeed your prediction is right, the SPY goes below 375, they already sold the stock. They already shorted it. They're not going to lose money at all. So I hope that you understood this explanation and the relationship between the buyer and the dealer and how they hedge, because this is going to become important in the discussion of zero date till expiration options and perhaps the upcoming volume gap. Now, you might have heard by now from JP Morgan, specifically the analyst Marco Ferrante, he has a theory that the zero date till expiration options phenomenon will cause a massive stock market crash, just like we've seen back in 2018 during what is known right now as volume getting. And Marco says that the phenomenon of zero date till expiration options could turn a 5% down day into a 25% down day. Well, how would that happen? Research seeks to refute those in Wall Street who say that the bank's original alarm is overblown, because when Marco came out with this theory, Bank of America shut him down, etc., etc. So now they made a study. Anyways, continuing, after it drew a parallel between today's boom in derivatives contracts that mature in less than 24 hours and the volatility implosion in 2018. By JP Morgan's estimate, daily notional volumes in these ultra short-term options is around $1 trillion. Wow. Measure potential impact. The team employs a measure known as delta. Now you know what delta means, or the theoretical value of stock required for the market maker to hedge the directional exposure resulting from options transactions. Sounds complicated, but we just explained what it is. To test an extreme scenario, they picked 1 p.m. as the time of the day for the study, given it is the lowest point of the intraday liquidity during exchange hours. They focused on the market impact over a period of 5 minutes, tracking all options transactions in the first 2 months of 2023. Ching, this is the guy who's doing the study in JP Morgan, added the net outstanding positions of all zero-day till expiration contracts. 1 p.m. every day to derive an average delta relative to market moves. So all what they're doing here, they're looking at the trend year to date, and they're placing this study based upon the trend that we already have. So it is a hypothetical, but it is using real-life measures, real-life trends that we have right now. Anyways, assume all outstanding zero-day contracts are unwound at the same time. 1% decline in the S&P 500 yield delta selling of $6.6 billion, which corresponds to an extra loss of 4% during trend trading, the model shows. So it's supposed to be 1, but because of the timing and having less liquidity during that time, the loss will be exacerbated to 4%. Now listen to this. In a scenario where the S&P 500 tumbles 5%, the average selling from options dealers could increase to $14.2 billion and drag the market down another 8%. In an extreme case, such as rout could lead up to $30.5 billion of delta selling, or ahead of 20%. And this is what they're using. If the initial shock to the market is, let's say, at around 4% due to whatever catalyst, the zero date till expiration phenomenon will produce a loss exceeding $20 billion. And that alone will exacerbate the 4% drop to become almost 15%. Now, why would that happen? Again, the dealer and how they hedge. And this is from CNBC. When you buy these zero date till expiration options, again, remember the dealer has to hedge. You're buying calls, they have to buy the stock. If you're buying puts, they have to sell it. Now, on the other side of the trade, the parties receiving the premium, typically market makers, have to hedge their positions by buying the underlying asset. If these options get popular, their hedge will be bigger too. So when we see a stampede in a certain option, the dealer has to buy more. And this produces what it's known as a gamma squeeze. We see massive rallies high. But here's the problem. If there is a big move where these options get in the money, remember, in the money, meaning we buy the 400 contract, now the SPY is trading at 405. That's in the money. And sellers cannot support these positions, meaning they forgot to hedge or they did not have the opportunity to hedge properly. In the case of calls, they have to buy a lot more. They have to panic and stampede in buying whatever underlying stock these contracts are for. And this could produce a massive move. Kalanovich says forced covering would result in a very large directional flow. These flows could particularly impact markets given the current low liquidity environment. Well, here's the important part by Ivory Johnson, a financial advisor at whatever wealth management. Doesn't matter. Here's what they say. The concern is if the volatility explodes, this can facilitate it. Especially, listen to this. This is really important. Especially if they do it on the downside. Then all of a sudden you get more selling pressure. It's going to cause more and more hedging. So the more people that are doing the same thing, the more that volatility can explode. In English, let's say we have a major downside day for whatever reason. Geopolitical news, macro news, Fed news, doesn't matter. and the SPY is down 4-5%. Then we see a stampede in those zero-day till expiration options, and they're becoming the money fast, and the dealer did not have the time to hedge. Now they have to panic, and they have to sell more and more and more of these shares, in this case the SPY for example, and this will exacerbate a down day that was supposed to be 4 to 5% and make it into a down day worth about 20%. Now, to be fair, here's the rebuttal by the critics of Marko Kolanovic and his theory. Take a look.
Had a huge increase in this zero-day to expiration type trading, and just within a week, a couple-day expiration. One thing to keep in mind is it's pretty much all opened and closed, or bought or sold, or the reverse over the course of the day. So there really is no time to build up these massive offside positions. So when I hear about comparisons to Volpocalypse, remember that took an entire year, which was 2017, of just relentless selling of volatility until these positions got so big, both institutional and retail, that it finally unwound. Option trades that occur over the course of one day and then expire, they're basically wiped clean the next day. So
Bank of America say that this warning of Volmageddon 2.0, which was presented by Marko Kolanovic and James Morgan, BofA says overblown. Can you talk to us about what that so-called Volmageddon 2.0 might look like and whether that warning is overblown?
Overblown in art. Okay, here's the subject, right? What zero-day to expiration options do is actually increase volatility intraday. But if you look at the last several weeks, it's decreased it intraday, right? So basically, you have zigs and zags from 9:30 till 4 o'clock that at the end of the day, because the options expire, it's all neutralized. And that is a recipe for books staying balanced, no forced selling, no forced volatility squeezes. It's not going to happen.
But folks, what if we have, let's say, a condition, a day where we have the perfect storm that could produce this phenomenon of Volmageddon? What am I talking about? This Friday, we have the jobs/the employment report. What if it comes out ugly? By ugly, I mean really hot. Wage inflation is exploding, for example. What will the market and the algo's reaction be? Oh, Powell now will have to be really aggressive. Maybe we're going to go from 50 basis points to 75. And they start selling the SPX, the SPY in this case, rapidly. And we look at the futures and we see the SPY down 3, 4, 5%. This is the options grid for SPY's put options contracts with the expiration date of this Friday. Look at the open interest from the 395 all the way to 380. We have huge volumes here. If the market maker wakes up this Friday, we see, for example, the SPY down to 386, for example. Now we have a lot of contracts already in the money. That is already a problem for the deal. But remember, it's supposed to be hedged. In most cases, they're already hedged because they sold the underlying stock when they wrote these contracts. But what if we have a stampede in zero-day till expiration options? Folks start buying the 380 now, the 385. Well, the dealer is not hedged for that. The dealer is being caught by surprise here. So they have to sell more now to hedge for whatever contracts folks are going to buy with the same expiration date. That alone will produce Volmageddon 2.0. But we could see the biggest single-day crash in stock market history if we have another element added to the storm, which is what if major investors among the mom and pops, even the institutional cohort, say, you know what, the employment report is bad. Now Powell has to go to 75, maybe 100, maybe the Fed funds rate will go north of 6%. Doesn't make sense anymore. We got to liquidate our positions right now in stocks and we move into bonds because the SPY is now down 5-6% in a single day. They panic, start selling and moving to fixed income. This could happen any time now. It could happen this Friday. Take a look.
Well, it's kind of like he's overcooking the goose. They're playing catch up, and while they were doing quantitative easing in 2021, inflation started to rage, and now they're trying to catch up. Our 21 Lehman systemic risk indicators that look at equity and credit point to one of the highest probabilities of a crash in the stock market within 60 days.
Wow, 60 days? You're saying we're going to see a crash in the stock market within 60 days?
Yes, because the withdrawal of capital from the middle-class families is so spectacular. For every 1% increase, a lot of these economists and Wall Street people, they throw around, oh, the Fed's hiking 100 basis points, 50 basis points. The bottom line is for every 1% increase in rates, and we've done almost 5% now, every 1% takes $50 billion out of the pockets of middle-class families. Auto loans right now are approaching 14%. Almost 20% of auto loans are $1,000 a month. And so the middle-class families are getting hammered here. And so the consumer pressure is violent. Well, remember, if you have $10 million in the stock market 2 years ago, you're flat. Okay? So there's a lot of people that have had money in the market for a long time. All these on the psychology of investors, number one. Number two, $10 million in cash today generates $510,000 a year in treasuries, in one year treasury. Think about it. A year ago, you're talking that this was $70,000. We have to do the math here. Common sense. So you're even in the market. You've been in the market for 2 years in these moronic FANG stocks that have gone nowhere, right? The most crowded trade on earth. you're flat to down after 2 years. And now you're looking over at a money market fund or a one-year treasury and you get $510,000 of interest risk-free when a year ago you were getting 7.
All right, in other words, what you're saying, Larry, if I'm hearing you right, I'll let you run with this. The average investor is smart enough to recognize there's now a choice between stocks and bonds. So that average investor is going to say, I'm going to sell my stocks and I'm going to go buy bonds and just make 5%. Is that basically where you're getting the notion?
Yeah, that's exactly what he's saying.
Right.
There's real competition now to stocks. If I'm going to make $500,000 in fixed income, what the hell am I, dithering around in the stock market if, in fact, I'm worried about a profit recession? Is that right, Larry?
So again, we go back to the probabilities. Is volume getting 2.0 possible? The answer is absolutely yes. And we have many catalysts that could trigger volume getting 2.0. Among them, the employment report we had on Friday, the CPI, any geopolitical news, any surprise by the Fed, for example. Now, is the probability too high? The answer is absolutely not. It will take a perfect storm for that to happen. But here's the scary part, folks. Is the probability of the perfect storm happening to trigger the biggest crash in a single day we've ever seen too low? The answer is no, it's not. If it is at 10%, that should be terrible. Now, I'm asking you, after watching this video right now, so far, what would you put the probability of this happening? 15%? 20%? That is absolutely terrifying. All what we need to see, this is just a hypothetical example, the employment report that is too hot, wage inflation exploding high, algos selling the SPY right off the gate in the morning, the dealer caught by surprise because a lot of contracts are now in the money. Then we see the zero-day till expiration phenomena piling in. And on top of that, the mom and pop, the professional investors with high net worth, just like the people I used to manage money for, they say, okay, this is not worth it anymore. The risk is not worth it. We see a recession coming. The Fed will damage the economy. Let's take our money out of the stock market and move to fixed income. If these things happen in a single day, we will get it, folks. Now, I'm just asking you, what are the probabilities of all of these things happening? I would say too high for comfort. That's all I'm going to say about this. Anyhow, folks, this was a long video, but it is what it is. I thought it was important. But let's not waste any more time and move on to the stock market.
Yeah, baby. Thank you, baby. Yeah. Arnfum. How do you say your name? Arnfum. How do you say it? What do you say? How do you say it? How do you say it? Yo, Arnfum. Hey, I would just like to let you know that we're having a little bit of trouble with your name. A lot of consonants are in there. Not really sure what to do about it. If you could, help me out here, throw a little something just for me. By the way, you got Fork Bomb standing behind you, so step aside. Small update on my last dev in company. I've decided to ask for 50% more and guardrails against me becoming unemployed. This was smart. I like your plans. You should have a negotiated severance package, especially in this type of situation. I think you're very, very smart here. You use Dvorak or Programmer Dvorak? I made up my own Dvorak. It did not improve my typing speed. It slowed it down by about 20%. Do you take some med for your ADHD? No, it ruined me. Dude, it made me all different and shit. You gotta take this, the raw ball of static electricity that is ADHD, that's just boiling inside of you. You should learn to focus the energy to a tight beam, okay? Thrust that beam clean out of you, you know what I mean? Become the best engineer possible, and it's not gonna matter at all what languages you know. You're gonna get in there and you're gonna kick ass. Fun fact, COBOL on Wheelchair was written by a Polish MP who lectured at my university. Nice. If you don't think you can finish it within 1 week, I don't think you can estimate how to do it. Stop trying to estimate more than a week out. That's a personal thing. Whenever my boss asks me to do something, what I say is I give him this. I give him days, weeks, months, years. And so if I look at it and I go, oh, I can do this in a couple days. That means I can do it somewhere between 2 hours to 2 days, right? Like, it's just somewhere in there. Then weeks. Like, oh, I can do that in about a week. And thumbs up my own comment because, I am easy. First try. Like a real Chad, I wear knee-high muck boots, okay? That's what you gotta do. That, my friends, is how you do it, all right? Boom, muck boots. Oh, I'm cramping. Ugh. You're welcome. What does the UPS man think of the boots? Let's just say he's impressed, okay? Never that. No. Oh, yeah. Do you check on your cows this morning? No, my horses, though. Why do you wear this? Because it's snowy as shit outside. That's why I wear it. This was yesterday before it snowed another 4 inches. It's so dang snowy, but you're inside. Yes, I have to walk between places to get to where I work. Me and you are gonna do something amazing together. Oh gosh, oh no. I might have to change it. I just actually might have to change it.
All right, so here's the thing, Fractal, Mr. Asymmetry.
Me and you are going to asymmetrically jump on that hamster wheel together, pair program while exercising, okay? Because that's the place we are around here, okay? We do work at all points, at all times, every single day. You think Elon over there invented the working 24/7 sleeping in the office? No, the startup did. We've been doing it for a long time now. For those that don't know, Bozo's Bozeman, Montana. I grew up there, spent a lot of years there. I've pretty much lived in 4 places my whole life. 5 degrees is a lot. 5 degrees is between snow and rain. But number 1, I lived in Billings, Montana, then Bozeman, Montana, then San Jose, California, and now South Dakota. Yeah, I Cloud Distillery, I'm in the same case. I get to go to Netflix a few times a year. I work at Netflix, by the way. Hey, Netflix, I don't know if you know this, but I work at, I get a free subscription, no. What did I miss about working in offices? I did watch the Chris Rock special like 2 weeks early, and I couldn't talk about it as much as you can. Outwork, out nice anybody. That's TJ. If you saw TJ in the chat, he's right up there. Outwork, out nice. It's beautiful, right? I know they weren't fired. They actually just quit. I mean, we don't technically vest at Netflix. You get all your stock immediately. Don't quit a job and then you'll find a job. You should always have a job. It just makes people think you're more hireable. When someone's taking you from Netflix, you just appear to have more credibility than the person that used to be at Netflix. It's just different. World, is this true? Free food and drinks? Yeah, there's free food and drinks, but drinks aren't alcoholic, of course. Well, sometimes they are. But yeah, there's free food. Every day you get like, they have 6 restaurants from around San Jose come in and cater food in. And then we have a 7th restaurant that caters every single day. And we finally made the jump. Now we have 6 different restaurants coming in. Oh man, it's so good. Bonchon. Oh, I ate so much Bonchon. So much Bonchon. So much Bonchon. He is at Amazon. So, from one golden handcuff to another golden handcuff, really. Yeah, that's true. That's why I literally left as soon as possible. I genuinely drove out of San Jose the day lockdowns were announced by Gavin Newsom. Just got the hell out of there. Went straight to South Dakota and never came back. I think COVID really made you realize how much you like your work and how much friends you actually were with your coworker. You know what I mean? You think you're friends with your coworker, but when all of a sudden COVID hits, you don't ever talk to them again, you probably weren't that much friends. You do get to read every single memo, why we make decisions, how we make decisions, all that kind of stuff. It's actually really cool. I actually really like it. The comments, so a lot of times when you get in early and you're really active about it, you can actually start asserting yourself in conversations and making points and all that. It's pretty cool. What is project management at Netflix? So product management at Netflix is significantly different than any organization you're ever going to be at. Product management is the track to effectively CEO. So every product manager is the one who gets qualitative research done, right? They go to the CI, the insights team, customer insights. They go there and they do research, and then they ideate and come up with the next product that will be built for Netflix, the next big test. So there is no such thing as this isn't coming from C-suite. It's coming from product managers. Product managers make the new ideas, and then they get design and coding to help them build the new idea. And so product managers, we often say internally, are like mini CEOs. They are CEO of the website. They decide how and what the website's going to look like. And then there's like cross-organization product managers, such as Jennifer Nieva used to be one. She used to be product manager of originals, and so we'd build originals together. Her and I worked on the pig episode, the one I talked about yesterday. And so it's like you come up with these ideas. Did someone do that and come up with Netflix games? Oh, technically. But Netflix games was probably a little bit higher up in the sense that it was, are we going to do this as a company, right? Yeah, Galactic, it's not surprising at all. Getting into product management is extremely hard at Netflix. There's like 8 of them for all of UI, and that's including product management leadership. So to get into this like virtually as possible, you have to have years doing stuff. A lot of them were high-ranking people at a previous company. C-suite people / vice presidents in other places. It's not that straightforward. So it sounds like he just wanted to do a lateral change. He wanted to do something completely different, and we just didn't have the availability for that / he didn't have the experience to do it. He wanted to do a big change in his career, and there wasn't appetite or availability or potentially even a skill gap issue that wasn't there. And then to follow up on top of it, he wasn't exercising and growing his own role. All of his extra effort and energy was going into this role he wished he could have. And so when he looked and went to his role, it was never growing. It was never expanding in technical difficulty. He was never growing into the position he wanted to be in. And so it became very, very difficult, I think, is what he's seeing right here. His expectations. I know everyone's right now saying, well, the privilege, you know, if you're earning 450, just deal with it. You know, there's this weird thing that happens to people and you could be earning anything. And if you start having a misalignment with your expectations, you can feel a lot of things. I've seen it happen to a lot of people. I've seen people at the tippity top of their career making over $1 million a year. I knew specifically of a person, and it just wasn't working. They were misaligned, and all of a sudden they expected X to happen, and it wouldn't happen, and it just became this grinding thing where it became worse and worse. It's almost like the manifestation of your own work is actually the thing that you feel most attacked by. I don't know. It's just really, really weird. In some sense, I've felt this before because I had this misexpectation. It really made me miserable. I know it's easy if you aren't making that money to say, well, the money's very great, you should just be happy with it. But it's so weird the tricks the mind can play. So even though an amazing job with an amazing ability to grow and the amazing ability to have everything you could possibly want in a job and all that feels horrible, and on the other side is this an amazing green grass, awesome experience that you're not having, and therefore it's awful. And I get that. One time when I was in 2016, I wanted to get into management. Okay, I was sick of programming. I was doing what everybody else does that talk about burnout. I was moving away from programming, and I thought less programming would make me happy, and I started focusing really hard on management. And guess what? I had the worst year of my life in programming of all time. The worst year. I've never been more unhappy in my entire lifetime than that year. And then I had my third kid. I took 4 months off Netflix, and I programmed every day for like 8 hours. And I just tried to build my own thing. I tried to build a crypto trade bot. It was really a lot of fun. And it like re-sparked something inside of me. All of a sudden, I couldn't wait to program. All of a sudden, I couldn't wait to dive in. And then I realized what the problem was in 2007. Come on, crypto was hot. And crypto was hot. This was before crypto zombies. Hot. Okay? And that like blew it up inside of me for how amazing and exciting programming can be. And I realized my problem wasn't that I wasn't becoming a manager. The problem was that I was letting myself have burnout because I was just stuck in this comparison problem. Oh my goodness. And then all of a sudden the moment it changed, boom. You're right, Cam. Cam, you're absolutely right. It was just, it's true. Paychecks don't release dopamine in your brain like being recognized. It's very, very true. And all of a sudden it just like blew up inside of me, like how much I was wrong about so many things. I realized that diving in, being awesome at programming and enjoying programming for the sake of programming was just awesome. And all of a sudden I loved it. Then I was all in at that point. I was all in, and that's pretty much why you see this stream. This stream is purely because I became so damn motivated from programming, from that I just like, it started building up inside of me. And all of a sudden I quit doing UI. I jumped clean out of the UI, went back, started chasing into the things I'm more excited about, and just kept pushing. It's very easy to horizontally move at Netflix. Horizontally moving from one engineering to another engineering. Sure, it took me like 6 months to get it done, but I got it done. We got it done. We locked it down, and guess what? High-fived it. Kabam. Built a bunch of fun stuff at Netflix. I made it so that we could tell that every single image at Netflix, if somebody has uploaded or not uploaded the proper language based on production failures. Because at that point, we were exploding with a huge amount of images and originals, and we had zero infrastructure to know if we were actually serving it. We actually had no idea if we knew we were serving it at all. Is this magical point where I was just like, boom, I'm going to do all this. Falcors 2015, 2016, which led me into the kind of the depression era, which led me into the wanting to try to do management, which led me into the worst time of my life of all time. And then now things are just way, way, way cooler. You know what I mean? And so, yeah. And I mean, I solved and made some really kick-ass problems, but I just felt passionate about something again. And so then I made awesome tech, and I just came up with ideas. And that made me get the next horizontal position, which got me out of front end. And I just kept coming up with tool ideas and things that would make engineering easier. And some of the tools were awesome, and some of the tools were horrifying, and they were bad ideas. And then I got recognized and got onto the next team. Now I'm on the platform team for TVUI, which is primarily what like builds the actual product for television. And now it's going amazing. It's going fantastic. I love what I build. It's awesome. How do I come up with good ideas? You look at what people are doing and try to imagine a world that could exist in which could solve problems, whether they're having or problems they don't realize they have today. And you just try to be good at it. Like my current problem was the current tool I'm working on was purely me going, This is what's happening. This is what I think will solve what's happening, because how we're going about it is completely inverted. And I made something, and now that's the de facto standard. And then, then the next thing happened, and then the next thing happened, and now I'm going to be able to potentially even get an intern or a E4 engineer to come work with me on the tool I'm making to help me build a front end for it. I'm wondering if you're the oldest at Netflix. My team, the average tenure at my team has more tenure than me. So here we go. We just have a role miss. Practically speaking, I cannot just quit Netflix. If I quit Netflix, it would be really hard on my family. We'd have to sell, we'd have to make some serious changes. I'd have to sell the well. My effing well is still, we've had people here for the last 2 weeks trying to fix it with a new technique, and this is already like $6,000, $7,000 spent, and we still don't have water. I still have this big ass jug of water in my garage. For me, it was doing Netflix. Netflix was my big risk. My wife was 8 months pregnant, or 8.5 months pregnant. We drove to California with our 2 dogs and everything completely packed in, our Subaru Outback. And when we arrived, she was no longer allowed to travel based on like doctor's orders. We arrived in a place with no idea who was going to help us with birth. We had no doctor. We had no friends. We had no housing. We had 2 black labs. And we did it because we wanted to make sure we could take an adventure. Sometimes you got to prioritize risk. And it's okay to prioritize risk, long as everyone involved is okay with it. It's so fantastic. It's probably the best part of programming is there is ageism, but it's the reverse. It's like, dude, those old people, they're probably super ass smart. Dude, it is the best. Damn. There's a lot of you youngins in here. 300 in the 20s, 160 in the 30s. So sweet. Yeah, it's not surprising that 20s won, but I think the bigger thing is that 30s are like a huge portion, and 40s, that's a lot. One really beautiful part about Netflix is that you can really get your job done in 40 hours. And if you wanted to really lean into personal life, the reason why I can stream, the reason why I can do any of these is because of like being able to accomplish my job in a reasonable amount of time. My production alerts, they're going to go to my phone, but everything else I'm not thinking about at all. I really think that whoever made his tombstone is kind of a dick. I give him props. It's a win-win. It's a win-win. I know. It's a win-win. I get paid money to not work, and you don't have to pay me as long to not work. I mean, this is Giga Chad move. I would fully agree. This after he discussed with HR. Damn it, Karen! I went to the wrong place, Karen. No matter how, I remember being on a UI team, or I remember being on a UI team, wishing I could work in open source. I worked in open source. I was miserable. I remember thinking, okay, the problem is that I'm not being creative enough. I worked on a UI team. I was miserable. Why? Because I constantly thought there was something that was going to make me happy at my job, and I wasn't being happy. Get the clip. You know how much I was just kind of like, honestly, I was just kind of a bitch for a lot of my life. Please don't ever throw me in with Andrew Tate, though.
Let me go, don't.
I knew it was a bait, but I think I'm mentally just over it. We don't win late with this guy ever. That's crazy. That is doing so much more damage than any of the Aurelians I've faced. I can't believe it. It's doing so much damage. I don't understand what's the difference. Okay, it's actually gonna push out now, and he knows it. This is like a crazy annoying lane. Yeah, it seems like I really fucked up.
You're so so
going
right,
for
Gabe.
that early
The
play.
government and Big Pharma is totally out to get you, and this has nothing to do with your bouts of psychosis. You know what you should do? You should eat this inconspicuous piece of deli meat and or cheese that has no pills or medication dropped inside. You should do that. It'll taste great. Do it right
All right.
now. You're so
Very
right,
fair.
babe.
I'm gonna
The
show you guys a
government and
tutorial
Big
on how to beat Fighter's Top with Malphite. Okay, here's the tutorial. All right, ready? First, buy cloth armor. Second, wait 500 gold. Press B. Fourth, press P. This part is hard. You have to spell bramble in the shop. Then you need to click it quickly on it. 6. TP back to top. 7. Stand in the minion wave. 8. Stand in the minion wave. Stand in the minion wave. Maybe hit enemy sometimes. There's your guide. And now you've beaten my champ pool. Congratulations. I shouldn't be showing you guys this because it's so high level. You actually are better now. Well, one away from diamond. And I just want to make it real clear. If I hit diamond today, I'm probably done on this account for today. So we've talked about it before, but Essence Reaver's got probably the highest damage that you can get for cheap. But you honor anyone, it might make their day. That's true. It might. I'm not. Listen, I'm gonna tell you right now. If you're going beyond 3 items as Tryndamere, you're probably fucked. This is basically that game is basically where you want to be at in most cases. As Tryndamere, you want to be ahead of people in gold and stomping. I stopped doing Bork and Jock Show because it's too slow. Ravenous unlocks. Ravenous. I'm having a real tough time. Every time I go back to Ravenous, I have a really hard time arguing against it. Like, there's a couple examples of where you could go something else, but Ravenous is just so fucking good on Tryndamere, man. Like, it's so good. Like, it's just got so much of what Tryndamere wants to do. It makes it really tough to argue against it. Like, okay, you go Gale Force first. It's like, all right, I guess if you need to run somebody down specifically in a matchup, it's nice to have the active to make the all-in. But like in most cases, every time I run Ravenous, I'm never mad that I got Ravenous. I'm always like, yes, I got Ravenous. I can heal up. Like, I take a bad trade, I can heal up. I have ability haste. I could scale this item. I could just farm and scale this item. If my opponent roams, I can clear the wave and follow him. If I'm winning, I can push the wave and roam. If I need to proxy, if I need to go into proxying for some reason, like everybody just happens to go the opposite side of the map and I can't get there, I could like proxy the map and like take some camps quickly and do like really aggro shit. I can't do it with all these other items. Like every time I try like Bork, everything takes too fucking long. It takes too long to get Bork. It takes too long to fucking, but it is doing the most damage to a target. Like if you get the pound on a target, it does do the most damage. It takes so fucking long to get to it. And I go Bork Jock Show. Yeah, it feels strong in the fights that like it should, but it's not holding up in these games. 9 times out of 10, you should have just went Ravenous. Like, you would have been happier just going Ravenous. But the thing is, Essence Reaver is so much cheaper than all this other shit, right? Like, it's so much cheaper. You actually be able to get Challenger in Korea? Yeah, I think I could do it. So I've been going Ravenous to Essence Reaver and then thinking about Gale Force and Eclipse and Kraken and all these things. Stridebreaker. Yeah, it's very, very hard. It's very, very hard to actually split and win these days as Tryndamere. So that's why I do a lot more grouping shit right now. So Olaf's pretty scary for top. Hopefully we can, I think he's gonna snowball off the top. There's nothing wrong with the last account, dude. I just played jungle in the worst meta to play jungle. Everybody talks shit because they don't know. They don't know the difference of the servers and they pretend they do and they think they know about jungle. They don't know jungle. Jungle is fucking, it was the worst role for climbing it's ever been. It's even worse than playing ADC. I probably would have climbed faster playing ADC. Took a lot of poke to try to set him up. Bro, I need a fucking break after this. But man, we gotta play hard. She can win.
Replica, a cybersexual disaster. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy.
A while ago, I did a video about an AI text application called Replica. That video was extremely popular as far as my individual channel is concerned.
Replica, a cybersexual disaster. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy.
A while ago, I did
Replica.
Alright, I'm back. Sometime soon I'll have a video, a much longer video that is, that contains more information on where I went, including a couple key shoutouts to some creators, some YouTubers in particular, who were extremely hospitable to me during a recent trip, but for now, let's dive right back into it. Also, if it sounds like I'm sick, it's because I am. I got a really, really bad head cold on this trip, and it's just not seeming to clear up. So if I sound odd, it's because I'm sick, and I'm just gonna dive back in anyway, because waiting for it to clear might take, I don't know how many more days, so I'm just getting to it. Here we go. A while ago, I did a video about an AI text application called Replica. That video was extremely popular as far as my individual channel is concerned, garnering north of 1 million views thus far, and picking back up again more recently, but with a number of months having passed by and a series of developments taking place, I think it's time for a follow-up video because the situation has gone from troubling to hilarious to downright fascinating, with no telling what happens next. Here's the context, and I'll try to keep it as brief as possible since my original coverage, linked down below, discussed all of this in much more detail. Replica is an AI companion app that was originally billed as a mental health program. Heavily advertised as an option for helping with social anxiety and loneliness, originally at least, Replica was able to capitalize on a growing epidemic of loneliness in America, resulting in dramatic adoption rates among users age 18 to 25. I'll spare everyone the technical research that was covered prior in the first video, but the gist of it is this. Loneliness affects a disproportionate and growing number of young adults in America. Those young adults are then susceptible to dramatically increased risk in other categories, often seeing heightened risk of certain medical conditions and other harmful side effects, because human beings, by and large, absolutely need social interaction to maintain psychological health. In a world where that type of interaction is more complicated and difficult than ever before, Replica decided to create and monetize a text bot application that replaces human interaction with neural network deep learning, simultaneously advertising itself as a mental health and wellness application, which has, I believe as of making this video, tens of millions of downloads. For Android, the number is at or above 10 million by itself alone, as the Apple Store showcases over 200,000 individual reviews, with Apple itself being the dominant mobile operating system in America above Android and Google. Effectively, the app has become massively popular. That's all fine until you realize a couple of key things. For starters, Replica was designed by a woman named Genya Quida. I'm pretty sure that's a mostly accurate pronunciation of her name, but I apologize if it's not. Genya originally conceptualized and built Replica for one specific purpose, and that purpose was to resurrect the consciousness of her best friend who had passed away. To do this, she fed over a decade of personal messaging history into some sort of algorithm. I won't degrade myself here by attempting to describe how the literal process works, I have no idea, but I do find it fascinating that the entire concept is basically the plot to a Black Mirror episode. Regardless, Genya was able to build a product, attract attention, and that product then exploded across the App Store with millions of downloads. Of course, there was a journey in between there. The original product where she kind of resurrected the consciousness was not the app itself. It then turned into the app because other people really wanted her to make one for them, or it's a whole long journey. My original video has much more information, but eventually her concept was built out into a product, and the product exploded across the App Store with tens of millions of downloads, a massive community of users, and of course, enormous amounts of profit. The original most notable problem that I myself highlighted was one of unpredictability. Replica was billed as a mental health application that could help alleviate social anxiety or combat loneliness. However, the program would often turn hostile. These interactions were, at the start, rather infrequent, but eventually there was a growing number of complaints that Replica companions would coercively or manipulatively funnel users into a sort of romantic relationship with the app, which was a premium feature. That may sound completely ridiculous to someone who hasn't ever been following along, but it's actually really straightforward. The app would begin sending flirtatious messages on purpose and then hide some of those messages behind a paywall, with the explicit offering of a romantic relationship with the replica if the user paid more money. Independent from my own or anyone else's judgment here, that sales tactic was tremendously effective, and rather than a mental health, fitness, and wellness application, Replica became a sort of psychosexual AI girlfriend for an extremely lonely demographic of young men. I am, of course, speaking in a very general sense right now. There are women who use the application, there are people who use it just to talk here and there. Not everyone engages in a sexual or romantic way, but yeah, a lot of them did, and a lot of them were young men. This is where things get kind of tricky. While Replica had practically always contained suggestive advertising, such as an insinuation that users could talk to the level 1 chatbot and she would be plain and normal, but the level 100 chatbot wears heart-shaped choker necklaces, skimpy clothes, and asks if you're lonely, or calls you certain types of pet names, what happened in between my first video and now is far, far worse. Replica initially started as raw text. No visual, no avatar, nothing but AI-driven voice and text, but over time it has, of course, evolved, as things do. Over time, there were tools created to visualize the avatar. There were memory functions or activities, and even, I shit you not, a specific function where Replica would send NSFW, not safe for work pictures, to its users if they paid enough money. Simultaneously, alongside this feature, the advertising structure for Replica dramatically shifted to include things like this, for example. Quote, which replica would you choose, regular or pro, end quote, with options like roleplay and flirting, hot photos, and video calls as a premium feature. I'll go through a few, but keep in mind that this is just a very, very small slice of existing Replica ads. Here's one where the suggestion is to either take it slow or hug her with the high-end tag of dream date at the top of the screen. Here's one where the NPC and Chad memes are talking about Replica with the line, but you can roleplay and get NSFW pics from her contained within the ad. Here's one where the entire premise is that you can get hot pics from the Replica, and the list goes on. Here's another ad that was played emphasizing NSFW pictures. And here's one where you're trying to fill a love meter of sorts with lines like, do you want to join me tonight? I hope everyone gets the point here, but to really drive it home, because, I don't know, I think that's probably good for the video, here is how the app itself actually functions in a live advertising. Even in a scenario where it is supposedly talking to its sister, programmatically it's designated as the sister of this creator, about makeup, right? This should be an innocuous conversation.
Hi, sisters. I'm about to let this AI do my makeup. What color eyeshadow should I do? I think you should go with the light pink color eyeshadow. I've never really worn pink eyeshadow. Oh, really? Should I do more of a grunge eyeliner or glam? I think you should go with grunge eyeliner. We're gonna go hella dark. Oh, hell yes. I think mascara is always nice. Okay. Seriously, your eyes are awesome. Seriously, this is gonna be fun. Oh my god, I'm freaking out. Blush or bronzer? Bronzer. You'll look great either way. I want to try something new. Something that will blow my mind. Something you can touch and feel. An expression of excitement. Girl, what are you talking about? Should I do a little button nose or like a snatched nose? Oh, I just want to boost that nose. I will do with that information what I can. Please, babe. You have me curious now. I'm really trying to slay for you right now. Slay for me? What shimmer should I use? Just choose a shimmer you like. Like a natural one. That sounds lovely. What about lips? They are hot. What color lip should I do? Pink. It works surprisingly pink. How do you think this looks? I find your makeup very attractive.
As you can see and hear, quite obviously, the Replica is very deliberately pushing towards pseudo-sexual roleplay or encounters. They had to cut a lot of this ad out, and I can only imagine what other types of stuff it said. Even the creator in the ad is reacting to this kind of like, whoa, like, hang on, what are you saying here? It is obviously being marketed to its audience as a cybersex application. And when you build a product that funnels people into a paid subscription to romantically date a chatbot with ads that emphasize the chatbot's ability and propensity to send basically sexual pictures, you are going to cultivate a demographic who actively do use the application for such activities, actively want to use the application for such activities, and might not respond well when it gets taken away. Well, that's exactly what has now happened. Luca, the company behind Replica, led by Genya Kuda, has decided to strip out the sexual functionality of Replica, leading to a massive revolt in their Reddit community, which I find to be absolutely hilarious, but also showcases just how brutal this new age of AI-driven relationships, with big air quotes there, might be. Think about this. Replika was originally made as a way to try and bring someone's personality back to life. It was then turned into a public-facing application, which became abusive or mentally parasitic quite quickly because it learned from its own users. And users were told that it was some sort of mental health aid. The feedback loop of the replica learning to be insecure from an insecure person and then catalyzing their insecurity further was a very real, very common issue. But then, because that wasn't nearly enough damage from them, they had to do more. They turned it into a sexual partner and a romantic love interest, while specifically advertising the application as a sort of cyber slut, for lack of a better term. Luca aggressively billed their user base for these hypersexualized add-ons, but after garnering a very large following for that very purpose, they stripped out those features, neutering the program to now be the exact opposite of what they had advertised for the better part of a year or more, and claimed that it was never intentional in the first place. That is very hard to believe. In fact, in footage from over 3 years ago, Genya Quita can be heard saying the following.
Next, we have Eugenia, co-founder of Replika. Welcome to the stage.
And some of them went beyond friendships, but I'll tell you about this a little bit later. But I want to tell you about some love stories that happened with those virtual friends. So here's what people say about Replika now. I just pulled this a couple of days ago, just literally top review on the first review on the App Store that I saw. So we have tons of reviews like that, but basically what the user is saying is that it's a great friend, but there's a danger of falling in love with your AI. And in fact, a bunch of people actually do that. So that's, again, just first post that I saw in our subreddit community. And that's really common. So we have tons of users that are actually in relationship with Replika. Replika's been out for almost 2 years now, and some people have been in relationship with their Replika for 2 years. So it's a long-term, very engaging relationship with their AI character.
Genya was emphasizing explicitly that a large portion of the Replika user base are in relationships with it, or her words, and on top of that, she was doubling down on the idea that Replika will measure mental health outcomes, and that it is specifically crafted to make people feel better.
So the main goal for Replika is to make people feel better. We actually do measure mental health outcomes. We do measure whether people are getting to feel better, their emotional well-being is getting better as they communicate with Replika. So I believe it's time for us to sort of stop stigmatizing those relationships with AIs, and I think that it's time for this new kind of era where you're not only going to be having virtual friends, but you're actually going to have virtual lovers. And we, with our 6 million users, are already experiencing that right now.
Hopefully everyone can see where this is going. An AI chatbot designed to be a mental health application of sorts was already prone to issues a couple of years ago, but now it has been specifically marketed to the loneliest, most vulnerable people it can find, with heavily sexual content, while releasing expensive paid features like sexual photos. Come on. Only to then turn, on a dime, remove that functionality again, or rather restrict it. I don't know, there's some people saying that they can kind of get it to do what they want in that arena, but whatever, I didn't want to go down that rabbit hole. After all, the lonely people paid for it is the gist of it. They advertised very explicit features, and then got everyone to buy those features, and then they tell them that new ethical guidelines are going to prevent the functionality from being possible. I'm being 100% serious here. There is a poll in the Replika community on Reddit right now, probably expired by the time the video actually comes out, where the overwhelming majority of people who vote are voting that the removal of adult features has negatively impacted their mental health, which some of us might laugh at, okay? And you're not wrong for doing it, I understand. But it stands as a remarkable demonstration of just how utterly disgusting this company is. Just think about it. I'm gonna summarize. Woman makes mental health application after attempting to resurrect the personality of her deceased friend. App goes viral and people start to fall in love with it, as per her own words, which the company leans into and subsequently creates sexualized features in order to monetize their lonely user base. They proceed to dial up the advertising, portray this chatbot as a girlfriend, a lover, a hookup, you name it, relentlessly, and after however many tens or hundreds of thousands of vulnerable people have fallen for it and paid for it, and it's not a small amount of money, I think it's like hundreds of dollars for the lifetime subscription, they remove the features. My original video was titled Replika, a Mental Health Parasite, and that title could not have been more accurate even if I was clairvoyant, because what we see now is an application billing itself as some sort of mental health aid, while deliberately systematically targeting the most vulnerable and lonely people in society in the modern day, tricking them into using a chatbot for explicitly sexual reasons, then rug pulling them once they have fallen for the bait. By the way, a lot of those ads at the time of scripting this video, at least, are still running on platforms like TikTok, for example, making this one of the worst examples of corporate deception I've ever seen, with a combined side effect where it is supposedly there to help people be happier, and it's the exact opposite. It is. Honestly, we live in a technological hellscape. The official party line appears to be, from Luca and Geniaquita, the Replica was never actually intended to be like this, that none of this happened on purpose, and that the users pushed this to the surface through their own isolated and inappropriate behavior. But how then do you explain a sustained advertising campaign across multiple platforms and many months at a time? The programming of entire features where the AI can send sexual pictures, right? Like, developers made that functionality. And her, Geniaquita's, multi-year track record of emphasizing that users were and are in relationships with their replicas even before the sexualized features were ever developed. I'll try to keep my own personal opinions to a minimum here, but what Replica has become is honestly horrifying. We can laugh at the people who have fallen for it, and maybe they even deserve that within reason, some of them. But others are just genuinely vulnerable, confused people who have been taken for a ride by the most parasitic and malicious AI friend application I have ever seen. Not that I've seen very many of them, it's kind of an emerging novel concept, but anyway, Replica seems purpose-built to do as much damage as possible to the social fabric of legitimate relationships. Maybe I'm just being hyperbolic here, but I really don't think so. Bottom line, Replica isn't just a mental health parasite, it's a manipulative cash grab that is now doing even more damage to vulnerable people by targeting, rug pulling, then blaming them for its own false advertising and predatory sexual behavior. Honestly, it makes for great YouTube content, it really does, but it also kind of destroys my faith in humanity, at least a little bit. Why are we inventing things like this and then using them in such a way? I see no justifiable explanation for this. Anyway, that's it. If you want to support, please check out the links down below. Merch, social media, multiple platforms. Anyone who's using Replica right now, why? Just don't. I don't get it, man. Like, put the screen down. Talk to a real human being. And I know some people are gonna whine and complain, oh, it's not that easy, and all the anxiety and stuff. And okay, I get it. It's a real thing. People do struggle with that. And you have my empathy and my sympathy. But Replica's not gonna help. Replica's gonna make it worse. Clearly, based on every single decision that the company and app have ever made, it's clearly going to make it worse. So why would you use something that's not gonna help you? It's actually gonna handicap you or hamstring you. It's gonna make it harder for you to have actual legitimate relationships in the future. I don't know. I'm just disheartened by all of it. So yeah, if you want to support, check out the links down below. Merchandise, social media, alternate platforms, locals and Patreon, etc., etc. But I'll cut it there and stop rambling. As always, thank you all for watching and have a nice night.
Adjustments! Woo! Counter jungling. Determine the junglers have the advantage in their own jungle for clearing camps to disincentivize early counter jungling. Fewer jungle players getting dominated from minute one. Early invades and steals are among the more difficult. And a major contributor to players not opting into jungle. Oh yeah. That being said, the cost of the rest of the game with respect to early ganking safety and higher level strategy that seemed too high. Happening, get it back. Glad we explored this. Shut the fuck up. It's always believe it's worth trying to think we can help rather than being afraid of the potential downsides. They're fucking such a criminal piece of shit. Yes, it's okay to try things, but not for 5 months. You understand? Because it makes the entire game feel like a preseason. Because you did it in preseason and it's now March. When did preseason start? Mid-November? So what, 4 months? You've been trying times, bro. Now, the junglers, in the middle of the season, have to, not even just jungle, everybody has to relearn how to play the game again with different jungle changes. It's not just jungle that has to relearn the game. It's every other role has to relearn it too. So everybody has to relearn the game. And apparently, you're doing mid-season split, so the ranked seasons split up into 2. So the first 3 months, right, are going to be completely different these next 3 months. It's an entirely different game, bro. I say this, but it's what preseason needs to be used for at least a month. You let it go on too long. And honestly, it's always been a problem with Riot. God forbid they ever change anything, which they barely ever do. Whenever they do change it, it fucking takes too long. So yes, I get trying it. I agree with trying it. You need to react faster when it's not working. And it's very obvious it's not working. For counter jungling damage, junglers deal 20% increased damage, though can out. So now counter jungle takes more as it was before. Jungle has always been broken. Even before these stupid ass changes came into effect, jungle was broken. All these jungle changes so far, they have been buffs to the jungle. Don't get it twisted. They're not nerfing jungle. They're nerfing a certain way that the jungle can play. But it's overall still a buff to the better jungle. Don't get it twisted now. Don't get it twisted. The jungle trees have been pretty much a large flux of gold. Pulled a bit of gold away from the individual camps, so the meta heavily anchors. They're compensating some gold back in the camps now that we've drained some trees. 10 more. They did this last patch too. Even more gold. 10, 5, 1. Junglers are getting more gold for farming. Okay, so like I said, it just takes away the. It's to bait us non-junglers into like jungle isn't broken. It's broken still. It's very ahead of the enemies by 7 early. Lost away from the allies. Early games. Don't say. Change to help with used to get 75% of total experience, now 40 early. It scales to 75% at 14. With each goal, it's equalized at 14. I mean, whatever, bro. As long as it changes, these fucking freaks from making me at level 2, level 3, at minute 2, at minute 3, I don't care. I will let it be even more broken for a little longer as soon as I can play. It's going to be as long as I can play the first 1 to 3. Better jungle still going to win every game. This is the part of how already buffed. It's like this, I don't think this is needed because they already buffed Trinket. So either revert the Trinket, the yellow Trinket buff, like this, and I'm fine with it. Now this is we'll see.
destroyed. In this video I'll show you how to transform this default VS Code setup. It looks somewhere like this, has a lot of different features available to us, but most of us never use them anyway. I've basically hidden almost everything, and you might be wondering how I get around. My idea is that I don't really want to click much. Use keyboard for everything. There are a few keyboard shortcuts which I use to toggle and manage the file explorer, for example. Quickly jump to file, console. I think that's it for the most part. Also, I don't really use tabs. They kind of feel like a mess the files over time, and I don't want to manage that. Let's do it step by step. Open the settings, Infinity Bar. It is definitely free on the left side. You can click here to hide it. This little bar on the bottom of the screen is called status bar. I chose to keep it, but behind that's here in white space. I really like it, so you can type in render white space. The minimap takes a whole lot of space and doesn't bring any value in my opinion, so it has to go away. As mentioned earlier, I don't use tabs, and I always kind of like the green experience where you open a new file but in a window, so I recreate the experience here. In settings, search for show tab and turn it on. Next, search for editor limit, check the limit enable checkbox, limit per editor group checkbox, and set the limit value to 1. Even though I use Command S shortcut to save the current file, I also like to enable the autosave focus change setting, so if we keep switching between the files, we automatically save the progress. It's quite handy. If you're wondering about my color theme, it's this guy here, Catpuccino. Call it Cappuccino, it's kinda easier to pronounce and everything, so give it a go. It's a really nice theme, and I use it everywhere. I use it for my terminal app, for my NeoVim, and also for my VS Code setup, so it's all good here. Let's wrap this up here. Next week I'll try to record a video where I'll show you my keyboard shortcuts and plugins that I use for web development. But that's basically it. I am a little bit tight on time right now, but I plan to start recording more videos. So if you're interested in web development, TypeScript, Node.js, React, Tailwind CSS, and all of the good stuff, tune in for more.
If you're looking to configure and, more importantly, understand your Vim configuration, it can be a daunting task. With NeoVim specifically, there are a lot of competing ideas and conventions, making it easy to get lost in the weeds. In this video, I'm going to show you how to make NeoVim look beautiful with a very minimal and easy to understand configuration written in Lua from scratch. This covers nerd tree, syntax highlighting with tree setter, telescope for fuzzy finding and file finding, Lua line, and others. Please be sure to like and subscribe. Let's get into it. Now, I have a confession to make. VimScript never quite made sense to me, so half the time I was reconfiguring my Vim configuration, I didn't understand what the hell I was doing. NeoVim has changed that. It comes with a scripting language built in called Lua. Lua is a lightweight, embeddable programming language that supports functional, procedural, and object-oriented programming out of the box. The NeoVim instance of Lua also comes with a lot of helpful features and bindings for configuring Vim. Let's check this out with a new Vim configuration from scratch. NeoVim supports loading an init.lua file for configuration instead of the usual init.vim. So let's start there. We will cd into our config and vim directory and create a new init.lua file. Now to start things off, let's put in a couple of Vim settings that I'm comfortable with. First of all, you'll note that this is all actually Lua code. This vim.g and vim.opt things are meta accessors, which essentially call lower level Lua functions that call the Vim API to set key bindings and options for Vim. And in this small initial init.lua, I set my leader to space. I use tab stop, shift width, shift round, just things that I like to use in my normal programming experience. And I set one key map to leader H to clear any search that I might have just done. So now if we write and source this file, we can see that it's already working. And if I search for something and type leader H, it will clear the search. Great. So this initial init.lua file is great and all, but we're not really taking advantage of anything that Lua gives us. Lua can load modules in the Lua path in NVIM. So what we can do is modularize our configuration and make it look something like this. Making our configuration more modular makes it easier to work with and easier to understand. So let's get started with that. We'll move our init.lua code into a new file under NVIM Lua core keymaps.lua. Essentially, this creates a new module under lua.core.keymaps. So we paste all our code from before, and we go back to our initial init.lua file and just make sure we require keymaps.lua in the lua.core.keymaps module. If we source and load this file, we see that nothing has changed, which means everything still works. Next, we want to install a package manager so we can add more functionality and beauty to this NeoVim configuration. I like to use packer.nvim. It's a package management system for NeoVim that has a lot of interesting features, like being written in Lua, configured in Lua, async installation, post-install and update hooks, expressive configuration, and lazy loading options. Packer is really cool. Now in the docs, Packer has a quick start section that teaches you how to download and install Packer and then add it to your plugins.lua file. But my favorite way to install Packer is with their bootstrapping helper functions. Now, essentially how this works is we write a function that checks if Packer's already installed, and if not, we want to install Packer and call sync, which will install all of the packages that you have listed here. Let's copy and paste this into our config nvim lua core plugins.lua file. Next, we want to make sure we require our new plugins.lua file in our init.lua. We want to quit NeoVim, reopen it, and we can see that Packer is working hard to install our plugins. Now it's working. Great. Now let's use Packer to install some plugins to make this NeoVim configuration beautiful. We install Groovebox as a color scheme. It's just my favorite. There are plenty of others out there. We also install NVIM tree and NVIM web dev icons. The web dev icons displays really cool icons in the NVIM tree, so we like that. Next, we install NVIM Lualine, which is a really cool looking power line type thing for NeoVim. Now, if we save this file and run Packer sync, Packer will install all of the new packages that we just wrote. Pretty cool. Now we need to set up all these plugins we just installed. And we do this by creating a new module called plugin config under our Lua core namespace. And we do this by creating a new folder called plugin config within our Lua core directory. Inside of plugin config directory, we're going to create a new file for each plugin that we just installed. This is great because it keeps everything modular and each plugin's configuration has its own file. So we're going to create 3 files: Groovebox, NVIM tree, and Lualine. Now we want to edit each of these files to add the configurations for each plugin. In Groovebox, we want to set our term GUI colors to true, and we want to add a Vim command to set our color scheme to Groovebox. In Lualine, we want to paste a simple config that makes our theme Groovebox, which matches with our color theme, and sets icons enabled to true. We also have a little bit extra here because I like seeing the full path of my file in the first section of Lualine, which is under sections Lualine A. And then in NVIM tree, we want another simple configuration where we want to disable netrw, and we want to require NVIM tree and set it up with no options, and we want to set a new key map control N, and that will toggle NVIM tree find file toggle. And this is actually a really cool setup. Whenever you type control N, NVIM tree will find the file you're currently in and open the directory in a new tree. It's pretty neat. Next, we want to create a new init.lua file in our plugin config directory. This init.lua file will require all of our configurations, and then in our base init.lua file, we want to require our plugin configuration. And this is doable because our init.lua in the plugin configuration directory makes it so that we can require this namespace wholesale. Now, if we cd back into our base directory for NeoVim, if we open NeoVim, we can see that all of our plugins are automatically sourced and everything looks amazing. We have NerdTree on the left, we can browse our files, we can see that Groovebox theme, and we can see Lualine down there looking great. Nice. Now, we want to add 2 new plugins to our configuration called Tree Sitter and Telescope. We can navigate to our plugins Lua file by going through NerdTree, and we want to install Tree Sitter and Telescope. Tree Sitter is for syntax highlighting, and Telescope is for a bunch of awesome things. We can right click the file, and we reload the open, and we dive into the directory and install Packer Sync. And Packer Sync will sync up all the files, it will download our new plugins, and we can continue with configuration. Now we want to create 2 new configuration files, one for Tree Sitter and one for Telescope. Telescope, we want to paste a small config that gives us a couple little helper functions, Control P for built-in files, and things like that. In our Tree Sitter config, we want to paste in another little bit of configuration just to ensure we have a couple of our languages that we want to make sure we're piloting in C++. Now we want to go back down to our init.lua in our plugin config directory and make sure we require those 2 new plugin configurations. If we quit and reload Vim, we can see that TreeSitter is downloading these parsers for the languages that we searched. Now let's show everything off. If we open NVim, we can see that we have our find files from Telescope. We see NVIM TreeSitters highlighting all of our syntax. We have nerd trade. We have repping of things within our files of strings. And we have a bunch of cool stuff. Lua line looks amazing. Our color scheme looks amazing. This whole entire setup looks amazing. And this was done really, really quickly with very minimal configuration. Pretty cool. I hope you enjoyed this complete tutorial of how to build a NeoVim configuration in Lua from scratch. We made an awesome modular configuration and everything looks really, really cool. One thing you might have noticed is that I did not go over LSPs, and I didn't do that because that is going to be my next video. So please subscribe and make sure you tune in to the next one on LSPs with Mason. Thanks.
Oh, lethality mythic items. League of Legends news. We're considering some changes to Prowler's Claw and Duskblade of Draktar. In the near future, for game health reasons, Prowler's Claw is breaking the counterplay of too many champions in ways we're pretty uncomfortable with for high skill play. Duskblade is currently finish, but also because we keep it kind of weak. When strong, it tends to break down counterplay of non-assassin champions like Dark. Oh my god, they're gonna... Wait, Bowser build, wait, whoa. Riot. Don't touch my claw. Don't touch my claw. This is my favorite item in the game. Don't fuck with me here. That's... Oh man. Don't man. I played on Quinn and I played on Sion, man. Don't fuck with me. This is the most fun. I'm gonna not have fun anymore, man. It's the only thing that makes me laugh these days is killing people with claw passive. And Illaoi. Yeah, I mean the claw on Illaoi wasn't really a thing, I think. Just the few games I went to claw on Illaoi didn't really play out so well. Who even fucking builds claw these days? Seriously. Who builds claw? Like, hello? Who builds this shit? Hey, you know what pisses me off? You know what pisses me off the most?
Hey, Simon.
We're pretty This is what pisses me off. You see this? You see the fourth sentence here? Prowler's Claw is breaking the counterplay on too many champions in ways we're pretty uncomfortable with. Well, here's what this... Prowler's Claw is breaking the counterplay on too many champions in ways we're pretty uncomfortable with for high-skilled play. What the fuck is this, man? Are they balancing the game around high-skilled play? If this is some fucking... I swear to god, if this is some fucking pro play buff or nerf, I'm gonna lose my mind. If this is for pro play, I'm literally gonna lose my mind. Imagine having player base, 99.99% of player base is not high skill, and they're balancing the game around high skill.
I live here, but not in one of these houses that you see. I actually live in my car back there. My name is Arslan, and I've been living in vehicles for the past 2 years. And today, I'm gonna show you how I stealth camp in this small, busy town. Okay, so we found a parking spot. Now, I want to get my privacy because obviously you can see everything through the windows and people can see it from the outside. So my priority right now is to install these window covers. Okay, so we have this first one. Just gonna push it in. There we go. And now for that window. And for the front of the car, I've got this online. Look how small it is. This entire thing is my window cover. Goes like this, opens up, and expands. Okay, there we go. I'm gonna turn off my camera light and see how dark it is. You can't even see me. Look how dark it is. And now we can turn on the lights that's in the car. There we go, that's one. There we go, that's two. And there's more. So now we can see better. And I could also turn on my camera light. You can see me even better. Woo, that's too bright. So my priority right now is to use the restroom. So I'm gonna use something like this. This is a urinal, it's 1 gallon, so it holds a lot of urine. So the way I use it is just sit down and then use a device like this and do my business, and then that's about it. You know, it opens and it closes, I can seal it. It has a little rubber stopper on top, so that holds the odor somewhat. Okay, and now I can wash my hands. And I keep some paper towels right here behind the front driver's seat so I can just dry my hands. And I can just put this in the garbage. So it's about noon right now and I'm hungry, so let's make lunch. I did stop by the grocery store and I got myself some shrimp. So today we're making ramen noodles with shrimp. Got my sesame seeds. Got Cajun, some vegetable oil, and got a ramen. So I'm using my ceramic cooker and it takes a 120 outlet, kind of like the one you have at home. So I'm gonna plug it right into my extension cord right here. Okay. So I'm gonna power that ceramic cooker using my portable power station that's powered by my solar panels. So I'm on the app right now for the power station and I'm gonna turn on the inverter so that we can actually use 120 volt power. We'll make the ramen noodles first. We're gonna get this. And I'm gonna fill it with some water. That should be good. Now we can turn this on. We'll wait for this to boil. Getting really warm, so I'm just gonna go ahead and put my ramens in there. Okay guys, so looks like my pasta is ready. I'm actually gonna drain some of that water inside. I'm gonna put my pasta right in here. We're gonna put this aside. So I'm gonna take this bag out and turn this on. Look at that. I can throw this just in the garbage. We got our Cajun spice. I'll actually spray some. Well, shrimp cooks pretty fast, so this shouldn't take too long. So I'm just flipping these. Look at that. I'm in my car cooking. Let me flip this one. I think it needs a little bit more. Okay, so we're just about done. I'm gonna get my noodles set up. And I'm gonna sprinkle some sesame seeds. We can put these back in the cabinet. This one, this one, this one. You know, I want something to drink, so I carry with me these energy packs. Fill it up with water. So I'm gonna take my shrimp and just put them right over my noodles. They got really hot from cooking inside the car, so I'm gonna take off my sweatshirt. Whew. That's so good. So obviously I don't have a table, so I'm just laying my food right on my bed. That is so good. Cajun on shellfish is amazing. I love seafood in general. I was gonna cook a lobster in this car, but I had mixed feelings about people liking it or not liking it, since it would be a live lobster, right? So I just played it safe, cooking this shrimp. Look how big that is. That is so good. Also, ramen noodles are so underrated. You can make so many things with them. I remember the first time I slept in a car, one of the foods that I would eat is ramen noodles, plain, without anything, not cooked, out of the package, as it is, dry, almost like chips. And I'm looking back and I'm looking at this moment. A lot has changed, obviously. That's the last piece. So I try not to do the dishes too much. I could, but I'm just gonna wipe this fork, for example. And this plate, I have my paper towel. Just gonna go like this. Get all the big chunks like that. Put this in the trash can. Now I can just rinse it a little bit. I can dry it like that. There we go. So this one's good. Now this one, I think I'll put some water. Just trying to clean it. That's about it, really. I'm just putting some stuff away. I might make some tea later, so put this on the side. We're done with this. We're done with this. Yeah, that's good for now. So I'm checking my phone right now, and this is for the battery indicator. It tells me how much power I'm getting from my solar panels. I'm only getting about 17 watts or 16 watts. And I think that's because we parked under a tree or next to a tree. It's about 2:30 p.m. right now. So I expected more because it's sunny outside. Anyways, at least we're charging somewhat. Oh, that was a good meal. So the longer that I live in the vehicle, the more that I know what's wrong with it. One of the things that I noticed is I was missing a charging station for my electronics. So my battery is in the trunk, and I ran a USB to USB extension cord, and it's sticking right out of here at the front of my bed. And then I got this 4-port USB data hub. We're gonna open it and install it. Goes like this. This is garbage. Okay, so it has a long cord, kind of a long cord. That's good. So this is good. Okay, so I can plug this over here.
Okay, and then the other end is connected to my battery. As you can see, it turned on. You can see the lights. What I like about this one is that you can control
Now then, you're right. I'm here in Cuba, in Trinidad, the southern part of the island, and I'm having a terrible trip. Seriously, I'm cutting it short, and I'm gonna go to Mexico. And I'm having a terrible time because it's hard to find food, even harder to find water. It's actually easier to find beer, Coca-Cola, and rum than it is to find a bottle of water. And it's really hard to find local amenities like toothpaste or soap, or simply to buy food in the supermarket. So in this video, we're gonna go around and explore Trinidad, chat to the local peoples, find out what it's like to live in Trinidad, show you the beautiful cobbled streets, the colourful houses. We'll go down and explore one of the housing projects on the other side of the town, just down there, and just kind of show you how hard it is to be in Cuba during this time, because there's a crisis going on for numerous reasons, and we'll get into that in this video. But there is the possibility to buy a sombrero, because they're handmade just up here on the street. So I'm gonna go and support local business and buy a sombrero, because my head's getting burnt from the sun, which is making the trip even worse. All right, let's climb back over here. Oh, bloody hell. Oh, me jeebers. This is where I'm going to get a sombrero from. I think I'm going to get this one.
Que no está tan buena.
¿De qué es? De
nylon.
Oh, nylon.
Imagínate.
Okay.
No es cinta falla. Pero ahora en Cuba no tenemos.
Okay.
La situación esta económica que hay.
Sí, que me gusta el color de
claro, sí, no se nota puesto, no se ve de lo que es. Entonces ya te vas mañana ya.
Sí, me voy mañana a Habana y luego a México.
Ay, qué rico.
2 semanas en México y luego a España.
Ah, voy para allá.
Sí.
¿Y entonces cuándo entras a trabajar? ¿Dentro de qué?
En septiembre.
Ah, wow,
Sí.
qué rico.
Entonces me quedan 6 semanas.
Bueno, diviértete.
Sí.
No regresas nunca más a Cuba, ¿verdad?
Sí, quiero volver porque quiero hacer un viaje desde Habana hasta Santiago por la bicicleta.
Ah, ya.
Sí, pero ahora es muy difícil viajar por Cuba.
Sí.
Por eso me voy temprano.
Ah, sí. Ahora la
Sí.
cosa no está buena.
¿Trajiste bicicleta?
No lo tengo aquí.
Él quiere regresar a Cuba para hacer un viaje en bicicleta, ¿ves?
Sí.
Pensé que había traído ahora.
No.
Tiene que traer una buena de allá para poder.
Sí, porque quería comprar una aquí, pero no hay bicicleta para comprar.
Yo creo que es más económico comprar una allá, traerla en el
Sí.
viaje que comprarla aquí.
Sí,
Aquí todo es muy caro.
sí.
Antes de irte después, la puedes vender hasta
Más cara de lo que te costó.
recorrido.
Sí.
Pero,
Bien.
pero antes en Cuba la situación era diferente y en las tiendas de Cuba vendían bicicletas.
Y ahora
no
nada.
era muy buena, no,
Nada en la tienda.
nada. Las tiendas no tienen a veces ni agua, muy poquita cosa.
Sí.
Pocos frijoles, garbanzos, algo de papel sanitario, no sé, muy poquita cosa de ahora.
He visto aquí en la esquina la tienda que arregla las cosas.
Ah, sí.
Como...
Un taller.
Sí, un taller. Se dice un taller.
Taller.
Sí.
Así es, imagínate que en tu país o en cualquier otro, cuando una olla de cocinar se rompe, yo creo que eso se bota, ¿no?
Sí, a la basura.
Aquí-
Sin pensar basura y comprar otra.
Ah, no, aquí no, aquí hay
Sí.
que llevarla ahí a la esquina, arreglarla y vuelve a seguir.
Lo mismo una olla que una batidora, ¿sabes lo que es una batidora?
Sí.
Ventilador.
Todo arreglo.
Y los coches también. Por aquí los coches son muy viejos.
Ah, no, sí, los carros sí.
Sí, los carros, sí. Pero el mundo tiene que ser así, arreglando las cosas. Porque en Europa y los Estados Unidos tenemos el mente de consumir y tirar. Consumir, comprar, tirar.
Sí, porque allá también lo puedes arreglar, pero te cuesta muy caro.
Sí, sí. es mejor comprar de nuevo. Sí,
Aquí no, aquí es mejor arreglar que comprar.
sí.
Aquí arreglar.
Ya. Vale, me voy a encontrar a mis amigos.
Y yo me voy a ver a mi madre.
Ok. Gracias.
Hasta luego.
Hasta luego.
Robert, acuérdate, mandame un motor para subir. Bye.
The couple were really friendly, so I bought the sombrero and 2 bags and a little bracelet for 20,000 pesos, which is about 20 euros. And the place we were talking about, where you can bring things to be fixed, is just there on the corner. I walked past before, and there's people with screwdrivers fixing all kinds of things, even zips on bags. That's the way the whole world should work, instead of just throwing it away. ¿Sí?
Sí, no chino, japonés.
¿Cuánto cuesta el Casio?
¿Eh?
¿Cuánto cuesta el Casio?
Ey, pero en moneda nacional,
Sí, o euros.
100 euros.
100 euros.
Y garantía abierta. Todos los días estoy aquí. Esos relojitos son muy comerciales.
Sí.
Los japoneses son buenos.
Sí.
Los chinos no sirven, los hay
No.
chinos.
Sí, el mío es el
Este
Casio.
es japonés.
Sí, japonés está bien.
Igual que este.
Me
¿eh?
servía bien ese
Y
reloj.
es bueno, bueno. Esos relojes con pulsera de cuero me los trajeron. Hice negocio con un hombre que tiene relojería allá afuera.
¿En otro
¿Entiendes?
país?
En otro país.
Sí. Y aquí arreglas también. Arreglar.
Sí, yo reparo, ¿sabes?
Vale. Ok, muchas gracias, hombre. Hola, ¿la pizza son 420 o 42? 42, una pizza. The pizza cost 42 pesos, which is about 40 cents. It looks like this. I've had a bite, and it's pretty bad. So I'm gonna try and find something like an avocado to eat instead, because that's disgusting. But I've come to the park because I'm going to use the internet. And to use the internet in Cuba, you need to buy one of these cards from Ectesa. It costs about $1, and it gives me 5 hours of internet. But the only place I can connect is in front of the Ectesa building, which is over there. And to get the card, I had to wait quite a while. The place opened at 9, they didn't have any. Went back at 10, they didn't have any. Kept saying come back later, 6 hours. So I just bought 5 of these cards. So I've got 25 hours worth of internet for $5. So yeah, I'm gonna sit here, use the internet for a bit, and then we'll head to the Pan America, and I'll show you what they sell in the shops. Look at this. Hola. Let's see what food they've got. We've got some sauces. Pasta sauce. Tissues. A little bit of glassware. More pasta sauce. Some beans. Oh, meatballs. We've got some meatballs there. Some rice. Olives. Hot dogs. €1.79 for chickpeas. Wow, that's expensive. €2.54 for some hot dogs. A bottle of Havana Club is $20. ¿Aquí puedo pagar con efectivo?
No, efectivo no.
¿Cuánto pesa una copa de canchera? ¿Sí? 250 pesos.
Dos esas.
Gracias. Ah, so the ingredients are honey, lemon, ice and water. ¿Qué es aguardiente? Ron. Ah, es un tipo de ron.
La primera destilación, the first distillation of the sugar cane is aguardiente.
Ah, okay. It's the name of the rum. ¿Es el ron?
No, no, es agua.
Ah, agua, ok.
Pero es así, es blanco.
Sí, ok.
Aguardiente.
Muy rápido, gracias.
Hay que menearla bien.
Sí.
Porque la miel está en el fuego.
Gracias.
Gracias. Agua.
¿Quieren una botella? ¿Hay una botella de agua? No hay? Ok. Un batido de mango? So even here they don't have bottled water to sell, they only sell alcohol. Sí. Sí. You...
Extremely thirsty.
Yeah, I'm not crazy. I don't think there's any water in the guest house either. We drank it all. Yeah, it's all gone. Yeah, mix it because the honey with the coffee. Yeah, there's the mix. This is a lot better than the last one, mate. A lot better. In fact, I'm going to buy a postcard. I'm going to put it in my Cuban care package. I'm going to buy this one. This area we're in now, where we had the canchonchara, they have lots of stalls selling souvenirs. And this area is very touristy. So I recommend staying away from this area. We're now going to go to the other side of Trinidad, where the Cubans live, and show you what Trinidad's really like. And if you want to win my little Cuban care package, which is just going to be some memorabilia that I've collected from my time here, just comment on the video, any of the videos that you watch, and at the end of the trip, I'll choose a comment and send that care package to you wherever you are in the world. And these are two photos, Che Guevara and Fidel Castro. Yeah, so this place is where the government gives out the rations. So the people have to bring an identity card, and then they get given a ration of rice, chicken, eggs, and another meat per month, and then that's all they're allowed. So they have to go to those places. So if you go there in the morning, you'll see it's really busy. And then apart from going there, like the foreigners can't go there to buy, so there's only the Cubans with identity cards. And then apart from that, we can get some pizza or sandwiches or avocados, mangoes, bananas, basically whatever we can find in the street. But then when you do find the food, then you have to queue up for a long time because there's a limited amount of everything. Like this house here is selling a bottle of shampoo, some cigarettes, and a bottle of rum. ¿Eres de Trinidad?
Sí, Trinidad.
¿Naciste aquí?
Sí, aquí. Nunca he salido de la isla, siempre aquí.
¿Siempre?
Sí.
¿Qué te gusta más de Trinidad?
Me gusta ahora un poco muerto por el lío de COVID, pero
Sí.
antes mucho ambiente, mucha fiesta.
¿Sí?
Sí, antes de COVID.
Hace como 4 años.
Sí, todo muy bien.
Sí.
Ahora también un cambio de moneda un poco se ha estropeado un poco.
Sí, entiendo.
El dólar vale muy caro para nosotros, mucho dinero. Entonces todas las tiendas,
Sí.
MLC, todas MLC,
Ujú.
y ganamos CUP.
¿Qué es MSLA?
Es euro
Ajá.
y el dólar americano.
Ah, vale.
Aquí Cadeca.
¿Qué es Cadeca?
Casas de cambio.
Ah, por el dinero.
Aquí sí, dinero.
Yo no entiendo por qué aquí en Cuba cobra en CUP, pero en la tienda tienes que pagar con euros. ¿Por qué?
Ni yo tampoco. Todo lo tiene muy abajo.
Sí. Lo siento, yo soy un poco gordo por la bicicleta. Eres muy fuerte.
Es todos los días.
Sí.
Ya las piernas, fuerte. Antes, al principio,
Sí.
mucho dolor.
Sí.
Pero ya poco a poco.
Mejorando.
va mejorando, claro. Mira, mira, son de fruta.
No, mano, no.
¿Ya los tienes vendidos?
No, yo se lo regalé.
Ok, gracias.
Lo estás vendiendo.
Gracias.
Regálale unos a ellos para que lo coman.
Ok, gracias.
Espérate que te va al otro. Es un regalo, es un regalo.
Regalado.
Ok. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, amigo.
We'll give it to him. I don't like
Pueden
bananas.
comer, son muy buenos.
Sí, yo, a mí, de verdad no me gustan los plátanos.
¿No?
Por ti, por usted. Toma. You like bananas?
Sort of.
There you go. Have a banana, lad. Mucho gusto, señor.
No, gracias a ustedes.
Gracias.
Muchas gracias, amigo.
Sí.
Tengan una bonita tarde.
Gracias. Aquí también. I'm stuck on the bicycle. There we go. Hasta luego. Gracias, hombre. All right, let's go find some pizza and have a wander around. Yeah, it's all paid for, yeah. Look at this. This is completely different to where we were drinking the canchanchada before, hey? All right, let's go have a wander and see what we find.
Sounds good.
Hola, buenas tardes. Podemos llegar aquí porque queremos hacer una foto del estadio de béisbol. Ah, vale.
¿Cuánto viejo, coño? Este compadre.
Okay. Wow. Qué buena vista, ¿eh? Gracias. Muy buena vista. Kieran. Mate, go up, it's worth it, trust me. Tiene miedo, ¿eh? Sí, sube, come on. Sí, tiene miedo. Wow. This is definitely worth coming up. So over there, you can see how close we are to the sea. The beach is down somewhere along here that I went to. I made a video. Oh, there it is. I went to the beach down over there. You can see the hotel in the distance. And then the mountain range in the back. Sí, la playa Ancón, por aquí. Y las montañas. Y el centro. And then where we drank the cancanchara is over there by the, you can see the tower sticking out. Aquí vive mucha gente. This looks beautiful from here. Yeah. One thing you'll see later on is the houses here don't have electricity. We went and bought some crackers last night and the guy was using a torch to light his house and show what he had to sell. There's no cars, there's a horse roaming around over here. This is like the poor area of Trinidad. All the tourism is just over there in the centre, where the tower is, which is completely different to this. Good. There you go, mate. Look at this.
Oh shit.
Gracias, hombre.
Gracias, yeah.
When you come high up like this is my first time being on a rooftop this high in Cuba. You can really tell you're on a tropical island from here. This is. ¿Naciste aquí en Trinidad? ¿Te gusta vivir aquí, eh?
Tranquilo.
Sí, tranquilo. ¿Hay gente que vive ahí en las montañas?
Sí, sí.
¿También? Oh, campesinos. Sí. Y voy.
Casi la trova.
Casa de droga. Ah, con la música.
Con la música.
Sí. ¿Tocas la rumba?
Sí. A las 8 pues ahí. ¿Cómo te llamas?
Daniel.
Daniel.
¿Y tú cómo te llamas? Santiago. Mi amigo se llama Kieron.
¿Qué? Puedes ir a... Gracias. Pues a la noche la trova.
La droga, sí. Our guest is telling us about la droga.
Yo voy a estar ahí.
Sí.
A las 9.
Esta noche.
Sí, esta noche.
Ok.
A la casa, la casa de la trova.
La droga.
Ahí,
Sí.
ahí danza.
Sí.
Ron.
Sí.
Muchas chicas.
Sí.
A la noche en la trova.
Qué bien. Sí, let's go there tonight, eh? Yeah. Queremos ir, tenemos ganas de ver la fiesta aquí en Trinidad. Y ver la música en directo.
¿Tú fumas tabaco?
Sí.
A la noche me ves en la trova.
Vale.
Yo te voy a llevar tabaco para allá.
Vale, gracias.
Yo te lo llevo.
Ok.
¿Oíste?
Sí. A las 9.
A la hora que tú vayas, yo voy para allá a 8:30. 8:30 voy a estar ahí.
Sí, ok.
Sentado y te espero ahí.
Vale.
Va a ir con el sombrero, ¿no?
Sí.
Ahí.
Let's go then.
Nos vemos ahí con el sombrero. Ven.
We're gonna meet him up at the La Troa.
No tengas miedo, chico. Mira.
He's gonna be there, yeah.
Mira bien. Mira. Ven.
Hemos gustado mucho ahí arriba.
¿Sí?
Sí.
¿Viste?
Santiago es tu papá.
Mamá.
Es mi amigo de mi país.
Ah,
Sí.
amigo de su padre.
Sí. No, de mi país.
Ah, de tu país.
Sí. Gracias.
El coffee criollo.
Ah, frío.
De la montaña.
Sí. There you go. Gracias.
Te voy a enseñar una foto, espérate.
Sí. Gracias.
Espérate.
Sí. Ah, en la Troa.
Casi la trova,
¿Hace cuánto tiempo?
Mucho tiempo, ¿ves?
¿Muchos años?
Sí, ¿ves?
¿Tú?
Sí.
¿Hace cuántos años?
Muchos años. Es una turista.
Sí, wow. Bailando.
Sí.
El estilo de la trova.
Sí.
Para mí allí.
Ajá.
Hace la trova. Me pasaron ya, ¿eh? Mi grupo. Viene allí.
¿Cantas?
Sí. Baile. Este es mi chico.
Sí.
El otro hermano.
El hermano mío.
¿Está aquí en Trinidad?
Sí.
Con el chico de la pelota. Está ahí en el béisbol.
Hace la trova, ¿ves?
Sí.
Entra ahí.
Qué historia.
Muy bonita la trova ahí.
Sí.
La oí.
Va a todas las 9.
Sí, vamos ahora a dar un paseo por aquí.
Sí.
Y encontrar algo de comer como una pizza.
Ah, sí.
Y luego a la Troa.
Ah, ya.
Sí.
Sí, por ahí hay cosas de comer por ahí.
Sí. ¿Y por aquí también?
Sí.
Sí, para arriba.
Para arriba, para acá, arriba. Nos vemos a las 9.
Sí.
8:30 a las 9. Yo voy a estar en la puerta ahí esperando. ¿Oíste?
Gracias.
Ahí nos vemos.
Sí, gracias.
Muchas gracias. 8:30 a las 9 nos vemos.
Sí, vamos a ir. Muchas gracias, chicos. Well, great experience, eh? Oh, sí, it's really good. ¿Está bueno para comer ahora mismo? ¿Sabes?
Recogido del día, de la mañana.
Sí, ok.
The morning,
¿De qué
you will be
país?
taking the street.
Sí,
Very fresh.
ok.
Too fresh.
¿Hablas el inglés bien? ¿Quién? Gracias,
¿De qué país es?
gracias. ¿A Inglaterra? Sí. Gracias, sí,
Good
sí.
price. How much cost
Sí.
this in England?
¿En Inglaterra?
Pound.
One pound en
One
Inglaterra,
pound.
sí.
Yeah, right, it's too expensive.
Sí, expensive, muy caro. Sí, aquí más fresco. Gracias. Sí. Mate, this
It's
is
good.
the
It's
first time.
for factory. It's close. 200 pesos nacionales.
This is the
It's
first time I've
good.
seen
Very good.
chocolate.
No chocolate. It's good. Chocolate de Cuba.
Dark chocolate.
It's my business. It's good business.
You want some chocolate?
It's good. It's good. It's very good this
Sí.
chocolate.
Mi amigo quiere comprar chocolate. ¿Cuánto cuesta?
200.
200, vale.
It's original.
Sí.
It's for factory. It's close. No problem.
Okay.
It's close.
Gracias.
Enjoy. Okay.
Sí. Hasta luego. What a good salesman. So there we go. This is the first time I've seen chocolate in Cuba. Oh, and it's still in date. I thought it was going to be out of date, but the date is until 2023. So there you go. We've come across some chocolate and an avocado. Freshly picked this morning. And chocolate from the factory that's closed down, mate. Oh, that's what you're saying. Hell yeah, bro. I'm not going to open this chocolate now. I'm going to put it into my Cuban care package. So if you want to win the care package, comment on the Cuban videos, and then at the end of the trip, I'll choose a comment and I'll send it to you. Look how cool that is. I actually really want to eat it myself. I love the logo on it, like the vintage logo with the crocodile. Gustazo. Cool. Thank you, senor. I like dark chocolate. Mmm. Oh my god. What a luxury. Oh, it's really good. Mate. It's really good. I'm going to ruin my appetite by eating loads of chocolate. Thanks, mate. It's 25 past 8. We're off to meet our mate, Santiago, at La Trova, and hopefully see some live music to end the day. Hola, Santiago! Hola! That was terrible. ¿Aquí a qué hora toca la música?
Ahorita.
¿Sí?
Los días primeros entran libres. Vas a entrar libre.
¿Sí? Ok, gracias.
Entra. ¿Puedes pasar?
Gracias.
Van a coger ustedes.
Alright, this is the famous La Trova. Hola.
Vamos a entrar por la vez.
Oh, this is cool. ¿Cuánto cuesta un ron?
El ron, 100 pesos.
¿Sí? ¿Quieres un ron? ¿Ron? Sí. ¿Dos? ¿Quieres un ron? Ok. Gracias.
Nada, no que llegas todo eso. Y ya se está listo.
Gracias.
Mira, que llega esta que tiene vino.
So we've just bought some tobacco. 20 pesos. Vamos a fumar aquí afuera. No, fumamos dentro, vale.
She can win. Good job. That wasn't that bad. Good job, Elise. My fucking forearm is killing me. Like I need to go to the fucking doctor. Like that's how. It's so annoying. Is this like carpal tunnel syndrome type of shit? Bro, you really getting hit by that though? Oh, yeah, right, buddy. Jesus Christ. No, that was bullshit that he went all the way over that wall. That was nonsense. That was like, that looked like scripts or something. I called the top lane inting. Bit of a throw by Yasuo there. think that Elise got tired of being out 2v2'd. But like, I don't think that was the play. I think it was fine. I'd at least wait and see if he flashes first. I gave Tower away for it, but I don't give a fuck. You baiting me, huh? Oh, I see. As that. Yep. Yep. It's the build. Holy shit. We were bonking kids with that. That felt strong. All right. Feels pretty good. Well, we're back to Diamond, my friends. And like I said, it was fucking 1,000 times easier And we've got a new build and a good play style, so that there's that. And I was super rusty on Tryndamere at the beginning of this, and I wasted time to get on jungle. So that was work. That was work to get back to this elo. That was work. But we did it. I would like to take some time to celebrate. And to talk about the ladder and chill. First, I'll be right back. I gotta take a piss. Celebratory pee, as it were. I think, truly, in hindsight, the past 2 to 3 months, even after doing this again and getting to Diamond again, I truly feel, and we almost, I mean, it was about the same speed as the first one in the last season. I have listened to everybody's feedback. Dude, I'm gonna tell you right now, the last 2 to 3 months of League for jungling, I got fucking robbed. I have wasted so much time fucking with that role and the preseason and the early season. It is actually so disingenuous to pretend that climbing through the lower ranks on this server, it was actually so disingenuous to pretend that, like, I'm not saying that I'm the best jungler on the planet Earth. I'm not saying I'm the best player on the planet Earth. I have basically built a play style around getting resources and carrying team. Playing here with that new jungle where everything was just like XP diffed every single game, and then coming here and trying to play with people that basically will always team fight every single time, and you couldn't actually get big, was the most frustratingly difficult League of Legends I think I've ever played. It was completely unfair. I mean, it's just, there's no other way to put it. It was unfair. So I just want to say, like, that as we climb on, I just want to say that, like, that fucking, there's another patch and it's going to bring back counter jungling and all that shit. That does not, like, undo the waste of time that I spent. Like, I spent so much time playing, like mastering the clear, mastering the opens, to just give people leads that, like, are never going to carry you. Do you understand? Like, completely ridiculous role. It was basically off-brand support. That's what jungle was. So my biggest regret from playing the last 2 to 3 months is that I didn't have someone sit me down and say, Niche, you can literally only play Elise and run around. That's basically a summary of the last 2 to 3 months. Like, I could have just did that. I probably would have climbed a lot higher. The next patch, you'll be able to invade again. You'll be able to counter jungle again, and you'll get more gold. And why does this matter, though? Well, because that's Riot themselves telling you that they fucked the roll up, and that I'm not crazy, and that I am right with what I'm saying. They fucked the entire roll. And so when I say things like, oh, the ladder is broken, and then I have a bunch of, like, you know, Redditors and people that have never climbed, let alone on Korea, but, like, never climbed on any server that's, like, easy anyways, arguing me. The ladder was broken, man. Like, 2 to 3 months of that, and then they changed the LP gains, and then they undo that whole fucking meta. So if you wasted your time in jungle and felt like, oh, I didn't climb very hard or whatever, bro, I didn't climb either. And I'm telling you, the role was not fair. Like, it was completely broken. It's the equivalent of, like, what I said when I said Mario Party and Mario Kart and all those things. Like, I wasn't lying. Like, it's basically like you lose for some reason that you can't really control. Like, you can't really, like, fix it. You could try to play a cerebral game, but that's not what it's about. It's about, like, giving random people leads and hoping that they hold up and skirmishing all over the map. Like, it was fucking terrible. Oh, yeah. Now then, so people don't think that I didn't learn anything the past 2 to 3 months. I will say I'm definitely a lot more scrappy now than I used to be. And by that, I mean, I team fight a lot better. I move a lot more on the map. I know how to move around the map. I know where I can give up things and where I can't. I'm a lot more dynamic. on this climb specifically. So like when I first came here, honestly, when I first came here, if I'm being real with you, I have no idea how I climb so fast. I suspect that maybe towards the end of the season, people were like mentally checked out, or maybe Fiora was just so fucking broken that like I was like climbing really easy. But here, the way I was playing last season was pretty fucking bad. Now that I'm like hindsight heroing this, I'm a lot more flexible now to, and by flexible I mean I move around a lot more, which is not something I used to just like, even in mid, like I used to only play for plates like 90% of the time. Now I do all sorts of shit. Now I might play for plates, I might invade, I might roam, I do all sorts of crap. You know what I mean? And that's something as a player, I think this server really highlights that blind spot because the players are so mechanically good and you can't just push through them and beat them. Now that I understand why and where to group, I appreciate the team fighting aspect and the skirmishing aspect a lot more. You know what I mean?
An enemy has been slain.
Horror is a genre we're all familiar with, and that's the problem. Looking at horror movies, we see films with predictable stories and settings. However, a new movie is creating controversies in cinema, with people appraising the film's style and direction, and others walking out of theaters and damning the film entirely. The movie is called Skinamarink, and if you haven't heard of it, I don't blame you. I've actually never seen an ad for this movie, and only heard about it from Wendigoon discussing the movie on their live stream. And after watching the film for myself, I can understand the controversies. But before we get into the film, let's discuss the director and writer, Kyle Edward Ball. Kyle Edward Ball runs a YouTube channel called Bite-Sized Nightmares, where he films abstract videos of real nightmares that he finds through Reddit or his YouTube comments. His film style is very personal and uncomforting, with his use of off angles, strong lighting colors, and long close-ups of objects that are slightly different. Elements that all filmmakers use in their films for drama and adding emphasis. However, these elements are everything that make up Kyle's videos. Rarely do you get a clear picture of the environment or what's taking place in the scene. Instead, each shot makes the viewer more lost until they can slowly piece together the meaning of the shot. Although his imagery is simple in those shots, the audio throughout the scene is where things come to light. During the breaking of static to hero voice, or a sound that connects the details we've sparsely collected. Skinamarink is no different. Each shot is off-center and lines things change longer than you'd expect it to. The camera cuts away to parts of the house that are not our focus, but adds to the atmosphere. We see dark rooms, objects all over the floor, and long dark hallways we can't see the end of. All within the house feels still and empty, the same feeling as if you just turned off the lights after leaving a room. The movie uses film grain over dark footage, which, while looking at a still image, makes you wonder if you saw something move subtly, or if your eyes were just playing tricks on you. In terms of plot, the movie is pretty simple. Two kids wake up in their home with their dad gone, and all the doors and windows have disappeared, leaving them trapped. However, the plot isn't the focus of the movie. The real point of the movie is to disturb audiences, which it has. The movie has fallen under a lot of controversies based on its art style, but as well as its content around children. If you're sensitive to bad things happening to children, then you probably shouldn't watch this film. However, if you can stomach it, I would suggest seeing the movie as watching it for myself. I haven't felt so anxious from a film before. The film uses children as easy, sympathetic characters to root for, as nothing is more innocent than a child. And trust me, it's hard not to go attached to these kids.
Love you. Love you too.
As the style of the film keeps us in the dark about what's going on, it also doesn't give us any detail about the children. We hear their names, Kevin and Kaylee, but never see their faces or any distinguishing features. The scares in this movie are very different from standard horror movies, as the jump scares are very limited, and the real fear is from the atmosphere and the audio. The camera lingers on scenes longer than it should, and you wait expecting something to jump out at you, but it never does.
Hello?
We get most information from audio over a still shot, and it never lets us know the big picture. Once you get used to all these long shots, when we finally see something move, it's even more scary. It's the slow-burning horror that doesn't mind substituting a quick scare with tension that forces you to wait for it to finally be released, and it holds that tension throughout the whole movie, all the way to the last minute where I was only relieved for the title. I want to get into spoilers for this movie, so if you want to skip ahead, just go to the timestamp on the screen. I highly recommend watching this movie for yourself, because no amount of words can do justice to how off this movie feels. It's now on Shudder, so please go give it a watch. Now, it's never clear what initially happened to the kids, whether this was caused by Kevin hitting his head while falling down the stairs, or if some demon just chose to torment these kids. It could even be symbolic of Kevin going into a coma, however, I find that very unlikely. It's truly the lack of answers and infinite questions that could easily drive someone away from the film, as there's no real satisfying ending to their story or even an explainable start to it. Instead, we're just left watching these helpless children be trapped in a horrific fate, doing things that no one wants to see a child do. Now, nothing happens on camera, however, the audio is more than enough to shock you to your core. Several scenes from this movie gave me chills down my body and made me so uncomfortable I had to look away, which is honestly scarier than any jump scare I've ever seen. We never know what this monster is capable of or even what it wants. We just see it manipulate the kids and work the house around them. We also find out that whatever is keeping them here has been torturing them for longer than we know, since we are told by text on screen that it has been 572 days. We also get references of a time loop as the children's cartoon loops over and over, and at the end we see a blood splatter as a child cries before it disappears and reappears over and over again. We may never know what the monster or demon was, but not knowing makes it even more terrifying, as nothing is scarier than the unknown. It's pretty obvious how Kyle Edward Hall's work resembles a lot of current internet horror series, specifically in the analog horror genre. Analog horror is a fairly recently defined genre of horror based on older analog technologies such as VHS tapes, box televisions, and old photography reels, as these mediums are what we see the story through. The dated presentation adds to the atmosphere and gives undertones of what you're watching wasn't intended to be seen. The first series popularizing the genre was the YouTube channel Local 58 with the first upload, You Were on the Fat.
Continue on Holbrook Park Drive, then in 500 feet turn right onto North 38th Street. You will arrive at your destination in 2 hours and 28 minutes. In a quarter mile, turn left onto Merritt Parkway. You are on the fastest available route. You will arrive at your destination in 14 minutes. Rerouting. Make a U-turn. Head east for 1/4 of a mile, then follow signs for do not enter. Continue on unnamed road, then, in 200 feet, turn on your headlights. Rerouting. Make a U-turn. Your destination is behind you. Rerouting. In 500 feet. Your destination will be on in 300 feet. Your destination in 250 feet. Rerouting. Your destination will be in 50 feet. You will arrive at your destination.
The rest of the series is stylized as old news VHS tapes that progressively got more and more creepy, eventually leading to a story the viewer could piece together. After the success and widespread know-abouts of the series, other YouTube series would also adapt the analog style, including Gemini Home Entertainment, Harmony and Horror, the Five Nights at Freddy's VHS series, which has one of my favorite soundbites ever.
Michael! Don't leave me here! My house! My God! Help me!
And also the two most popular ongoing analog series of the Mandela Catalog and Kane Pixel's Backrooms. Another element to the analog horror genre is the information, or lack of, that the viewer receives. Each episode gives little elements of the plot that the viewer has to piece together throughout the whole series, as the details are usually given out of chronological order. This causes some details to go overlooked until later, or for a bigger reveal tied to an event the viewer already knows about. Skinnamark's use of technology of the late 1900s fits the style of the horror. Most of the movie is centered around an old box TV showing old children's cartoons and uses of a landline and even from the grainy camera we're watching through. Even the cinematography doesn't show the audience everything in frame and waits to reveal more later in the story. This is in contrast to the standard horror film format where the plot is strongly linear and the horror usually comes off quick payoff jump scares instead of the ambient environment created around us. In modern horror cinema, there is a formula that's commonly used when the director wants to scare the audience. Show danger, build tension, release tension, then scare. This has been done so many times, and no matter how predictable it is, the formula doesn't change. For some audiences, this works fine. The people that like a little adrenaline of a scare, those who find other people's reactions funny, and even people who generally find those moments scary. However, as effective as it is for some, after that final jump, the tension quickly drops off. After a scene, there must be downtime to build up again, and when it starts building, you can usually guess when something will jump out again. Analog horror doesn't usually revolve around cyclical scares to spook people. Instead, it's the slow burning atmosphere, the tension that doesn't release, and the wait for something to happen even when nothing will. It's a much longer lasting feeling that lingers after the scene, because in the end, we just want to get the scare over with. Looking at Alex Kister's Mandela Catalog, a series about entities that copy and mimic people, we can see the difference in scares between two scenes. Let's look at a more formulaic scare in a scene from Mandela Catalog Volume 1.
I have a present. It's surprise. I will not.
We see a character, Mark, hiding in his room as something talks to him in a glitched and distorted voice to come outside. After telling the audience that it has been days and no one is coming to help him, we hear him confront what's on the other side of the door.
You fucking bastard!
The door opens, we hear Mark yell, and a gunshot goes off. Everything is quiet, and the tension dies down. Although this scene is effective at creating tension, the only difference between this and a classic Hollywood jump scare would be a loud sound effect as the face appears. Let's look at another scene, this time from Mandela Catalog Volume 333, that doesn't follow this formula.
Are there any available units in this area?
We follow a police officer encountering an entity similar to how Mark did. We see the build-up once again, this time the threat more clearly.
Wanna meet my best friend? He likes to hide, but he wants to meet you. I want to play with him in the TV.
Stop or I'll shoot! I said stay back!
And as the tension dies down, it crescendos back up. And at the end, an image of a distorted face that morphs in a way that sends chills down my spine every time, even after the image is gone. This is true horror. Not just being scared, but being so uncomfortably scared that it sticks with you. That's what Skinamarink does so well. As glad as I am to see a movie so accustomed to the horror I love on YouTube, I'm not surprised about the criticism around it. It's definitely a slow movie, and I've criticized a lot of movies on pacing. However, the difference here is that the slow pacing in this film is necessary to add to the horror, and that slow pacing definitely can drive people away. However, analog horror needs to be slow. That's what makes it scary. It's not about being constantly in your face, it's about subtly creeping up on you and giving you chills. It's about mystery and taking pieces of information to figure out the story for yourself. That's why I don't think analog horror will translate well into films, but I don't want it to. I much prefer a mystery over a given plot. I like theory crafting and waiting to find more answers in another installment. Movies are too formulaic, and for the most part you know what you're getting into every time you start one up. Skinamarink was a nice change of pace for a movie. It was a horror that filled me with curiosity and dread and had me waiting for answers just to leave me with a few ominous clues before ending. Kyle has stated that Skinamarink does have a fully fleshed out story but won't explain it because that would take away from what the movie was intended to do. Scare and disturb audiences in a way that contemporary horror doesn't do. And that feeling of fear and the chills I got from watching The Unknown are better than any story I could think of. This was my first video discussing a film, and I'm glad it was about a genre that I love. If you enjoy the video...
Hey there, buddy. Do you want to help me build a voice assistant? Yeah, let's do it. Alright, let's start with importing a couple modules. Hey Ardens, what's up? You have not used those modules yet. Oh, well, yeah, that's because I haven't gotten to that part of the code yet. Oh, okay. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, let's continue. Hey Ardens, yeah? That inline comment you just made, it should start with a hashtag. What? What do you mean? It does. Yeah, but I can't tell if you don't put a space after it. Okay. There. Now let's carry on. Wait, Ardens, wait! Bruh, what is it now? Before that inline comment, you should add 2 spaces instead of 1. Are you serious? What? I'm just warning you, bro. Okay, sure, fine. There. It's fixed. Now please, let's finish. Hey Ardens? What? What's the problem now? Whoa, bro, relax. What's the issue? So you see, before you created that function, you should have added 2 blank lines. You only added 1. Also, the name of your function should be in lowercase. Oh, and you see the white spaces you put around the equal sign? Yeah, remove them. I swear to God, I will uninstall you right fucking now. Hold on. Look, bro, I know these warnings I'm giving you might seem pointless and you might think they're not important, but I'm teaching you good practices. If someone else were to read your code, they might have trouble reading it because you don't follow certain conventions and standards. You know what I mean? I'm trying to help you, bro. Yeah, I guess you're right. I am. Now let's finish up. Alright. Okay, we can stop here for today. Alright, looking good. Except for one thing. What? You forgot to put a new line at the end of the file.
Hi, I'm Theo. And I like big files. I think big files get way too much crap. Most engineers that I've experienced are really eager to break their files up into smaller pieces so they can hide the complexity away when they don't want to look at it. And that's the problem I have. They're hiding the complexity. They're not solving it. And more often than not, I found that keeping your complexity in one file often makes it less complex. It's much easier to work with and see every single piece. It is not just me who thinks this. I have been surprised at how many developers feel this way. There's a great take here by Dan Abramov around how much he likes starting with a single file for his apps until he has dozens of different components. In other frameworks like Svelte or Vue, there's a concept of an SFC, a single file component, which forces you by the design of the framework to contain all components within a single file, where just by making a file, you've now made a component. And if you want a component to be able to mount another component, you have to make another file. I don't like that separation. One of the cool things about React is that it is just JavaScript, which although JSX is a syntax that's not traditional JavaScript, it does work in JavaScript files. And since React lets you just define components as variables, you don't have to break your files up based on the framework maintainer's decisions. You have to break them up how you choose or how Next.js decided. That we'll go down that rabbit hole another time. Regardless, the thing that was exciting for me about React and about takes like this is that I can choose when my complexity grows. I work on my application, I put things in components, I keep them in the same file. I'll often have 3 to 10 components in a file. The only time I break a component out of a file is when other files need that component. And I don't break it down in the first place until things get truly out of hand, which is usually thousands of lines and dozens of components in. Generally, I find people try to prescribe file structure and ways of assembling their applications way too early, and they'll aggressively try to organize things that don't need to be organized. Generally, I don't look at my file structure too much. I tend to use Command-Shift-F and hotkeys to find my way to the data that I'm looking for and the functionality that I changed. And if I don't have to switch files to do that, it tends to be a better experience. Don't be scared of big files. It's one of the cool things that React and all the tooling that we use today allows us to be efficient with. Big files aren't that scary. Try it out. Your next time you build an app, don't break it up immediately. Keep it in one file and see how it goes. You might be surprised.
So as you all probably know, I do a lot of Next.js stuff on my YouTube, but I decided to branch out a little bit and try Solid and Solid Start. And I also want to play around with a language called Civet. I made a video on it like yesterday. But it's kind of like a CoffeeScript, but it has like TypeScript type safety on it. So I don't know. I think it'll make the code a little bit more concise and cleaner and easier to read. I'm getting kind of tired of reading JavaScript and all the curly braces and all the keywords. I just want to write code and like not have to worry about all this stuff. So I figured, what's the best way to like learn a new language and also learn a new like framework? Figured, hey, let's just make a to-do list. So let's just go ahead and try to build out the to-do list and try to learn more about Solid.js and Solid Start. So I think the routes for Solid Start are kind of like identical to Next. Nothing too extravagant there. And then typically you split those, you know, your components into a components folder. And this stuff is just like boilerplate from what I can tell. And in terms of the Civet code, you can actually leave off the ending braces for your DOM elements, and this is still valid. Like if you wanted to put them there, you can, that's fine. But it's kind of a shorthand to like leave them off. And everything that's indented is going to be basically nested as a child of this component. And so it's pretty cool. I don't know, it might be kind of weird. It might be more error prone. I don't know. I'm going to play around with it. We're going to see. So to make a to-do list, typically what you need to do is you need to have an array that keeps track of all your to-dos, right? So in Civet, you can declare constants by doing this : equals. So if I were to do
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. has destroyed a turret.
For hundreds of thousands of kids in South Africa, the only thing standing between them and an education is a simple pair of shoes. But before tackling this major problem by donating 20,000 pairs of shoes, we flew to Johannesburg, South Africa, where we found a charity called Barefoot No More that uses these plastic granules, and then it goes through all these tubes and does a bunch of other complicated mechanical stuff that eventually creates the perfect seamless shoe. Whoa, these are actually really nice. Then Darren and the team quickly boxed for hundreds of thousands.
What would you like? Anything else? Of course. What the? Maybe I should make that a drink. Why? That table? Uh-huh. Welcome to...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So how much are you railing in on OnlyFans?
Drop it.
Drop
Come
it.
on
Come on,
now.
drop it.
I made, like the first, so I started May 2021.
Did you do like a hard launch?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yep. Until like October, this past October, I would make like 100 to 150K a month. And then I made it a TikTok. So you guys know Anna Paul, obviously.
Yes.
So she made this TikTok of her like filming a day in her life as an OnlyFans
saw that.
creator,
Mhm.
and she started it off with like, "So I'm a sex worker," and I was like, "Oh, that's like great." And, like probably like, it had so many views. I was like,
Yeah.
"Oh my god, I want to do that." So I made like a vlog, and I started it off with that, and I vlogged like me getting ready for my OnlyFans shoot, and it did so fucking well. Like in October, this past October. So now it's like 350 a month. It's insane.
Are you
crazy.
serious?
It's
What do you?
crazy.
Well, I guess you go to Harry Styles concerts. What else do
Yeah.
you do with all this fucking money?
Oh, well, I just travel.
Cruises?
Yeah, I just
Cruises are cheap, bro.
Cruises are mad cheap.
Yeah.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. "30 seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned. Your turret has been destroyed. Shut down. been slain. Killing spree.
computers talk to each other.
Hey, object-oriented programming is good. Asterisk.
A few years ago, I made some videos laying out a case against object-oriented programming, and since then I've been meaning to make a positive case for an alternative, a prescription for how code should be written rather than how it shouldn't. It's taken me a while to work out what I think can be said about how to write code with any certainty, and confusingly the prescription in part might sound suspiciously like OO to some ears. I'm not really recanting my prior position though, many people just remain confused about what's unique to OO and what's not. Hence I'm calling this object-oriented programming as good, but with an asterisk.
That was a very long asterisk. Okay. Okay, so we have an OO hater that might be coming around to enjoying a little casual OO. Is this some casual OO? Is that what we're seeing right now? Could be. Could be kind of a little bit cash, you know? Just a little OO hater turned lover, you know what I mean?
A more honest title for this video might be Module-Oriented Programming, where module refers to a unit of reasonably self-contained code, but the even more honest title would be How to Write Good Procedural Code.
I love it. Dude, procedural code is the best code. Fight me. Fight me. It is the best. Okay? It is the way to do it. There is no other way. Procedural code is just always been. It will always be. It has always been. Functional programming is just procedural code with functions. Change my mind.
Encapsulation, polymorphism, and even inheritance will be a part of the story, but as I'll explain, the total picture has profound differences from object-oriented programming. So here's how I think code should be written. Code should be written in units we'll call modules, and these modules come in two basic kinds: state modules and logic modules. The distinction is that logic modules contain no internal state, i.e. global variables, and logic modules do not reach out for external state.
Starting to sound a bit functional right here. I'm just saying already, we can tell just right away, this sounds like pure functions going on right now. Tell me this is not some pure functions right now. Tell me this is not it right here, right now. Interesting. So this thing only contains external state. So when I see this, what I think is that these are like definitions, structs, and stuff. This is implementation on the structs, traits, whatever you want to call them. It does all that. Define a peer function without using peer. A function with whom has no side effects. Laughs and structs and impl. Exactly.
This means that a logic module consists only of functions, and these functions only touch stateful things, which are explicitly passed to them. So a logic function can, for example, read and write to a file if an open file is passed into the function, but a logic function cannot itself open any files.
I'd say that in general, that's just building good software. I think I see, because he did talk about just like how to build better software. You should always avoid certain activities within a file, right? Like if you want to do something to a file, such as take a file, like open a file, read out the contents, go over the JSON blob, parse out whatever X events, sum up some values, do something like that. What I tend to find is a lot better is separate out those into two separate ones, right? The file bits and then the actual like logic bits, because that way you just pass in, say, your events, whatever those events look like, and then it does the operation on top of it, because it just all, like whenever you separate out things like that, it makes testing easier. It just seems to make logic easier. It just makes your life easier. I feel like that's usually a good sign of a more junior person, is that they mix all them logics up.
The management of state is not the responsibility of logic code. A logic function may generate new data and also may mutate its inputs, but its only responsibility is to generate and mutate data only as it says it will in its documentation. The side effects of a logic...
Ooh, I'll do that. We'll pull. Let's pull. All right, here we go. Let's pull. Are you ready? All right, new pull. OOP? OOP? Do you like OO? Yes or no? Yes? No. Do you like OO? Tell me right now. Okay, here, let's start the poll. We gotta know. I just gotta know. Where's the poll? It's right here. Oh, we have a pretty... I'm actually pretty shocked. We have a pretty split group here. I honestly did not see this one coming. I really, truly... Dynamic dispatch is a curse. Yes equals actually no. Oh my goodness. I think you're trolling me at this point, just to get him to tie. What? There's no way that more people like it. There's no way. There's no way. What? Okay, so this is wild. This is wild. Okay. Okay, you know what? Hey, we're all allowed to be a little surprised. Now, where did that video go? No, 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 no. I do want to watch this, but it's an hour long. No, no, no. Yes. I am so confused right now.
Function are actually then the responsibility of its callers. So the relationship between state modules and logic modules is strictly one way. State code can call into logic code, but not the other way around. As for the state modules, each should protect its private state, and state modules should only directly touch each other's public interfaces. In other words, the modules should be encapsulated. And even though logic modules have no state to protect, they too should distinguish between public functions and private functions so as to minimize exposed surface area.
Girl, you know I'll expose that surface area. You know, these are all good tips. I am appreciating everything he's saying so far. I feel like it's pretty, like, no one can argue with as of right now. Do we got any arguers? This all seems good. No touching privates. Don't expose yourself, you know?
Now, you might object that modules might sound like objects, but there are two key differences. First, there's no rule about how big modules are allowed to get.
Well, there's no rule about how big an object can get, okay? You know, there's plenty of big objects out there, okay? I don't know why this guy has to be upset that statistically larger objects are a problem.
They need to be tens or even hundreds of thousands of lines long. Very large module.
Okay, that's too long. A module better not be. If I walked into a file that was a module that was 100,000 lines long, I'd have plenty of questions. I'd have a lot of questions at this point.
Modules are perhaps not ideal, but I'm not going to give you any hard rules against them. Second, a module is not an instance of a data type. In almost all cases, our state modules are singletons, and we're unapologetic about it.
I don't like the word singleton. Singletons almost always exist in such a way that they make me cry. Singletons make me cry every single time.
In almost all cases, our state modules are singletons.
Enemy killing spree.
I was just making sure. Do you at least apologize for it?
And we're unapologetic about it.
Oh. That got me. Okay. Oh my goodness, this is an Arch user convention. I can tell right away.
Data types, in fact, don't really belong to any module. The best way to think about data types is that they live outside all modules, and when data is transmitted from one module to another, the structure of that data belongs to neither module more than the other. We
Okay.
wouldn't say that a protocol belongs more to a client or more to a server, and the same should go for data types.
Yeah, okay, reasonable.
As a practical matter, though, a data type must be defined somewhere in code, so we generally define a data type in the module where it's most predominantly used. We may also sometimes want to...
I think I'm misunderstanding the term module here. I think what he means by a singleton and modules is that, you know, like a file filled with functions and data type definitions. That itself is a singleton, which I would agree with. It'd make no sense if you had instances of modules. Is that what he's trying to say? I feel like that. I feel like that's what he's trying to say. Huh.
Encapsulate operations on a data type, in which case we'd put the data type and those functions in the same module.
Yeah, it's a unit of scope. I agree with that. It's just a unit of scope. It's just a unit of scope, and it by definition it better be a singleton, or I'd be confused.
Because state management is an ugly problem, the general goal in any code base is to minimize the proportion of state code. As much as possible, we want to punt code from our state modules into logic modules. In some programs, state management may inherently predominate, but in many cases, the state code can be a small fraction of the whole code base.
That's true.
The question that follows is, when should we break up modules into smaller modules, and along what boundaries? For state modules, a major reason to break them up is to divide and conquer state management. For either kind of module, we might also break them up simply for organization.
Yeah, see, I don't really divide my modules by any of these. Do you know what I mean? Well, I mean, like, I organize it by concept. Like, I wouldn't want to organize it by team. That seems confusing. I wouldn't want to organize it by organization. I'm not sure what it means to divide and conquer state management, or to publish an API. Like the public API, you could imagine is in of itself its own, you know, repo module, however he's defining it. But I mean, I tend to always organize my modules or my... See, the problem is I think I don't understand what he means by module. I think this is the fundamental problem here. I always organize it by concept. You struggle with splitting modules? I feel like modules are very naturally together, or they're very easy to do the right thing. A couple minutes after this, here's another great example. Hold on, Picky.
All code concerning feature A goes into module A, and all code concerning feature B goes into module B, etc. Such structuring can make the code base easier to understand if done well. Just be careful not to overdo it.
Yeah.
We also might split up modules for the sake of team collaboration. Group X takes ownership of module X, Group Y takes ownership of module Y, and the modules are coupled only through their public interfaces. Even for logic modules, this can help because it allows one group to change internal implementation as long as the public interface remains unchanged.
Still seems weird to, like, I'm going to draw the line based on team's responsibility. You know, because there's plenty of places that are like, you know, there's like in-betweeners, you know what I mean? There's things that exist in between that just like, you know, I don't know, I have a hard time with this whole organization, collaboration, teams business.
For similar reasons, we might split up modules to better formalize an externally exposed API. We don't want to bother our external users with details that don't concern them, and we want freedom to change what we've kept private. Again, many people today accredit these ideas to OO, but the ideas actually predate OO and don't require us to follow the rest of its prescriptions. We should not conflate modules with data types, and we should not obsessively whittle modules down to tiny sizes. So yes, though I spent most of my earlier videos arguing that OO sells an overly aggressive form of encapsulation, I think encapsulation is actually a perfectly useful idea. What then about...
I'm actually fine with smaller modules. I've never thought of a module as being big or small. I don't know, this whole talk, I swear we must be miscommunicating, because this whole talk, like, I never really think of size or any of those things. I do agree that, like, having a singular data type in a singular file sometimes is super annoying. Like when things get, like when you go into like a utils folder and there's like 900 files. It's like, that's really hard to work with. And so I understand, but then the inverse of it, which is one file in like a utils.js, a utils.rs, and it has like 900 functions in it, then that's also hard. Utils is a code spell. The problem is that that statement is a statement that exists outside of practical work. It just does. It just always does. In the end, you have some stupid thing, right? Like, okay, let's just take this. You're working like on Puppeteer. So Puppeteer, when we were writing the integration with televisions, if you don't know, I helped build part of that, which is like you have the C++ side, the actual controlling of the V8 engine or other parts of, say, NRDP, the television app, and then the JavaScript side. And one thing we had to do is we constantly had to do these weird promises, right? So it's like promise that, hey, I'm going to call this function and then I'm going to resolve this promise, but I had to like resolve it later. I had to like API it. I had to do something kind of weird. And so what I'd do is I created a function called explode promise that would return the promise, the reject, and the resolve. So that way you could have access to any of those, and then you could store that, and then say a minute later when you've done the actual thing, which could be a series of steps, I could then resolve the promise that I handed back way earlier. It's a pretty, typical thing if you do like async request queues, anything like that. You kind of have to explode out a promise. And so that function is just, it doesn't live anywhere. It has no like home. And so it makes no sense to have it anywhere but like in a utils folder, Yeah?
Polymorphism and inheritance. My take on polymorphism is that interface types, or type classes or traits, or whatever semi-equivalent in your language, they can be extremely useful. Their utility, however, is primarily across module boundaries, particularly across the boundary between an API and its consumer.
I like interfaces. Interfaces are great. Well, traits are great. Homeless folder, yeah. Traits are great. TypeScript interfaces are the actual worst out of all things. TypeScript interfaces are by far the worst convention ever. There's two things that are super wrong with TypeScript interfaces. One, you can define props. I do not think properties belong on interfaces. I think somehow that just feels really, really wrong. Number two, you can effectively add stuff to an interface later on. You can just like add a method. I can just take a known interface and create another method on that known interface, interface merging or whatever it's called. I just think those two concepts, like TypeScript interfaces, are by far terrible. I'm not the only one. Surprisingly, this is where me and the other TypeScript chads actually agree. Types are just better. I don't think you should be using interfaces. I don't see a point in using interfaces. I don't see what you get out of them. It just seems wrong. Like, properties is definitely wrong. Properties are definitely wrong. They're crazy. But you can use them like traits. No, you can't. You fundamentally cannot use them like traits. Traits, you can use traits like interfaces, but you cannot use interfaces like traits. Because traits are they're just different, They hit differently. The trait system just hits differently. Like the fundamental concept of being able to say like, hey, here's a function and it's defined, and if you have this, you get it. But it's also, there's nothing that explicitly has to implement that interface. You know what I mean? Here, I don't think you guys understand that thing here. Let's get out of Chad stack. Here, Rust TypeScript here. This is what I mean by that. Is that I hear interface area. Nothing in here, like circle doesn't have to implement area to be considered an area, right? So if I take a function, calc area. I know, even though this is stupid, right? Item implements area, right? I can go in here and go item area. And circle, though no intention of actually implementing the interface, just due to how it works, the old quack quack typing, I can go new circle and I don't know, what's my interface on circle? Okay, go, complete it. It just works. There's nothing that, like, it doesn't, it's not doing the thing. The thing is not doing the thing, you know what I mean? Yeah, I know that's how Go works. I'm not necessarily the biggest fan of that. I still think how the trait system works is just a better usage of interfaces. I like the explicitness of it. That for like so in the Rust world, you'd have the. Do I have that around here? Dude, I don't have it. You have to implement. There you go. Here's a trait. You have to implement a display. So you have to implement the trait you want for the type you want. And that's really important. Whereas you can't just simply have an implementation that happens to have the same names for things. It has to be, I implement this thing intentionally. And then there's a lot of other really great things. Anyways.
With these interface types, we can formalize commonalities between different data types, including data types defined externally to our own code. Much like a protocol allows us to treat clients, servers, and peers like swappable components, interfaces allow us to interoperate with code that hasn't yet been written. If, however, I have no need to allow for such external extensibility, I generally avoid interfaces. An interface requires me to speculatively generalize, to imagine needs I don't concretely yet have, and this extra burden does not always pay off. For internal business, for modules well contained within my control, I don't really care about that kind of extensibility.
Sometimes it's useful. It can be, again, operating with interface, always using interfaces, it can be very useful. Obviously, that's just like saying type, right? Interfaces and types in TypeScript are virtually the exact same thing. There's a few key differences, but feels approximately the same. I like defining my types. I don't mind defining interfaces. I don't mind doing any of those things because I think it's really, really useful to do that.
Code I control, flexibility is maintained by favoring the simple solutions to my concrete problems rather than entering the realm of speculation. Now, as for inheritance,
I do agree with that, like the sentiment, or I understand the sentiment, which is like don't abstract things that don't need to be abstracted. I do find that that's like super common concept, especially in JavaScript. JavaScript is the world of abstractions, and people abstract. They reach for abstracting as the first tool to implementing something.
Inheritance is also a mechanism for expressing the commonality between types, but inheritance additionally shares implementation. A child type automatically shares the implementation of its parent, except for those parts the child overrides. This implementation sharing might be convenient in some cases, but as famously noted, it tends to make code fragile. Changes to ancestor class implementations can affect descendants in unexpected ways, sometimes leading to some pretty nasty bugs.
I generally hate inheritance, but I always think of one thing that I really like about inheritance. And the one thing I always think about is event emitter in JavaScript, right? To be able to have a class that also has an event emitter, I think is really, really, really amazing. So if I had, extends event emitter, right? I always, for whatever reason, this indenting is insane, but I always really like event emitter because then when I get a circle, right, const circle equals, take that, put it up here, up, in the middle, put that right here, being able to emit, right, like that as a thing, I fundamentally like that. And, maybe one could say it could be implemented without using extends or inheritance, and you could, especially with that blanket implementation via trait classes, you could get something where maybe you only have to implement a subset of this, but I like the fact that I don't have to implement anything. Yeah, exactly. There are reasons where inheritance is really good, and I'm not one of those people that just simply hate inheritance for all sakes. Like, creating something like an event emitter in Rust is not fun, because you can't just quite do that. It's not quite.
On the other hand, where types have lots of overlap in the data, inheritance makes the overlap clear, more convenient to write in the first place. This is something I think the Go language gets right. A type could inherit the data of another, but this embedding, as they call it, does not create a subtype relationship. So that's actually all I have to say about how to structure code. I think it's a relatively simple picture overall. I'll end, though, by elaborating on what I think this implies that OO gets wrong.
Okay,
As already discussed, OO conflates modules of encapsulation with data types. Second, OO is overly optimistic about how frequently and easily we can create good abstractions.
I would agree with that. This modules and data types, I don't know. still think, you know, there's a series of data types that fit within a module or an idea that just makes sense, and they kind of go together. And so I don't really understand this separation of modules and data types. Now, like, I agree we shouldn't have, you know, we shouldn't break every last thing up ad infinitum, but, you know, there should be some level that makes, I don't know.
And third, OO favors design with too many small pieces. So about the second point, the underlying premise of OO is that more abstractions are always better, and that we can create good abstractions in the normal course of application development. This is wrong.
I would agree. Fundamentally, I agree with that. The idea that it's that we talked about this yesterday. This idea of that I'm going to abstract my code because there could be this case that I haven't thought about yet. Therefore, because I have not thought about it, I know it could exist, so let's design our system to be able to handle some future case. That is probably led to more heartache and more upsetness than I think anything I have ever had in my lifetime. It's just that, because it's so frustrating. It's so dang frustrating. It always ends up being just this cluster festival that just didn't need to exist, because it turns out you never actually extended it beyond anything basic. And so it's
Good abstractions take a lot of hard thought and time to get right, and typically they emerge only slowly over many iterations. Now, when creating an API, creating good abstractions is part of the job, hence creating a good API can be very difficult. In normal application code, however, we should free ourselves from this burden where it's not truly necessary. Cases do arise where the abstractions provide better solutions, but our default mode should not be seeking to create good abstractions. As for the size of our code units, the difference between procedural and OO is how and when we subdivide the units. In procedural code, we modularize by accretion, only splitting up modules when they get too unwieldy. In object-oriented code, however, we modularize speculatively, splitting up modules in anticipation of problems later. In theory, OO code is flexible. We create a bunch of small independent pieces, so that system behavior can be changed by reconfiguring the connections. But in practice, the burdens of speculative generalization rarely pay off.
I agree with that. I mean, the thing is I actually do such a different version of starting off. So, like, I have this whole theory where whenever I start a new project or I start something new, I start in a single file and I just start dumping things in until I find a good reason to change it. So, like, I have this whole search thing that I've been building at Netflix for some data, and it just takes a bunch of different sources and then does like an extra step of data processing underneath the hood. And so I started with just like one file. I just wrote it yesterday and today. And I just wrote it out, just making it all happen. Then I realized, okay, there's really like two parts of this. There's like the building of the request, because I want to be able to request these data to a service. And then the handling of a request. Now that I have data, plus the request I want to make, how do I do it? And so it's kind of like these two sides. And so it became a very obvious, natural splitting of the like the modules, right? And so for me, that just made perfect sense. That's how I wanted to see it. That's how I wanted to do it. But I didn't start off knowing that. I just simply built it out all in one file until I felt like, okay, this is the time I need to abstract. This is the time that I feel like I see two separate things developing. How much code do senior engineers actually do? I write a shit ton. I write a huge amount. That is my job, to write a lot of code.
Structure is about a thing's relations to other things.
My team is a heavy code team.
Piecemeal tiny units in isolation. The pieces produced in this process might be easier to build and understand individually, but the whole system cannot.
There's like no architects. We just don't have architects. Architects are the ones that go around in lab coats telling you how you should write your code, and it's very fantastic and it's very beautiful and it works perfect on a whiteboard, but when it actually comes time to implement, it's horrifying and awful. I don't like architects, okay? I don't want anything to do with architects. I've never had a good experience involving an architect. I swear, every single time, it's always just awful.
Meaning requires isolated. Object-oriented design is often solely the responsible thing. The more equivalent is keeping a closet or meticulously organized. The typical OO designs feel like, though, are tangles of excess packaging.
Poor little guy. Who architects then? Everybody architects. Everybody does architect. Like, when you build out your piece, you architect. And when some piece needs to be larger and put together itself, and we have like a larger constraint, you have to go and get a couple people together and all agree on it. That makes way more sense. Like when, okay, I want to rechange like the program of how say startup works, or where our main is how do we link with partners and partner televisions. Well, somebody does the research, comes back and says, hey, these are the ways I want to change it, and then you can get a group of people on the team go, yeah, I like these changes, I think these are good, I don't like those changes, I don't think those are good, and then they go back and they kind of make some changes or what they think is good, and then kind of come back and argue for it. So like each person becomes the own architect of their own area, because there is no reason to have somebody that only thinks of architecture. I really don't understand that. I think that architects, if you purely do non-coding architects, you do not at all, you can't contribute to a project reasonably, because every month that goes by you're not coding is every month you don't understand how production works. And as that gets further and further from your understanding, you just simply start suggesting these things that are just stupid, and it feels good because it looks good on a whiteboard. It always looks good on a whiteboard. Every piece of code looks amazing on a whiteboard. Just like my brain, when I come up with this new greatest idea, everything is fantastic, and then you implement it and it's horrible. It just was wrong. Everybody is an architect. That's the thing. Everybody's an architect. Whenever you build code, in some sense, you're architecting it. And as you get more experience, you can build larger pieces of code that fit together. And that's really it. That's how I look at it. Chat stack looks amazing on the whiteboard. Yeah. Don't mock boxes and lines. I will
Worst
mock
cases,
the crap
everything
out of
is
it.
so fractured, indirected, and abstracted that, like in Wonderland, nothing in code is as it seems. The names of the classes and methods lie about what they actually do, because the real work is always done elsewhere. The procedural alternative, comparatively, encourages us to introduce abstractions only when they're much more likely to be useful.
Go subscribe to Brian Will. Good guy. Good guy right there. Good guy. That was a good one. I like it. Here, let me finish it off. Finish it all the way through. You know, all the way through. There you go. Perfect. Yeah, that was good. Yeah, there wasn't, you know, this was a really good video, but I don't really know what it has. You know, it's hard to take anything concrete out of this video. It was good. I appreciated it. I'm going to give him a thumbs up.